You're live.
Hey, everybody, and welcome to the first day of the fourth week of the largest press freedom trial in the last 50 to 60 years, if not more. I'd like to thank everybody here for joining us. Big shout out and thank you to Josh and Steve for waking up at super early in the morning, California time, to help out. How are you this morning, Steve?
I'm helping. I'm sleepy, Andrew. I had about 3.5 hours of sleep. It was a much longer evening than I had hoped for. I'm fucking tired, man. But hey, at least it's gonna be over 100 degrees, and there's no shade at my job site, so
We'll be able to wake up pretty quick.
yeah, that's special. Dad special.
So today in court, the first witness that we have up on the stand is Yancey Ellis, an expert lawyer who practiced in the area of Virginia in and around the Alexandria Detention Center, where Assange would be held in detention before trial.
So, according to, and I'm over here on the Assange defense account, going back about an hour, just kind of giving some background and pre-testimony summary. It says at issue in their testimony, because this again, Yancey Ellis and then Joel Sickler will be the afternoon witness. At issue in their testimony is whether extraditing Assange to the U.S. would be unjust or oppressive, and whether he would be subject to torture or inhuman or degrading treatment or punishment. They have a screenshot of a report that Assange defense put together on Dr. Koppelman's testimony, highlighting Section 91 of the UK's Extradition Act and Article 3 of the European Convention on Human Rights that says no one shall be subjected to torture or inhuman or degrading treatment or punishment. So on to before Yancey Ellis took the stand. Last week, at the close of the week, there was an argument in court with a representative from the press assembly and the concierge of the U.S. State Department, Judge Vanessa Breitzer, about whether or not the press would have access to the statements made by everyone involved in the medical testimony that we all fucking struggled to cover last week because of its intense personal nature and the fact that it felt like a fucking obscene violation. So Breitzer decided that no, as a matter of fact, you don't get to have access to the medical records and medical statements, except for the one that was read out in court, which is already a part of the transcript. Now, that was, I believe, the medications that Julian was on in May of 2019 when he was examined. So moving on to Yancey Ellis, he made 2 witness statements for the court. He was a judge advocate in the U.S. Marines for 5 years, and then a public defender in Alexandria, now as a private practice. Very familiar with ADC, the Alexandria Detention Center, where Julian would go to await trial. As a pretrial defendant, Assange would be detained in ADC for months or potentially years. Ellis says, I believe it's most likely Assange would be held in administrative segregation. ADSEG, as it's referred to in ADC, is referred to as X block. Ellis is describing the prison cells there, maybe 50 square feet, shelf bed, metal toilet, 22 to 23 hours a day in the cell. Sometimes the second hour out of the cell would be in the middle of the night, so prisoners can't or don't take it. Quote from Ellis, the whole point of the unit is to keep you away from other inmates. Sometimes there's not even other prisoners in the block, very difficult to hear through the doors. To speak from one cell to another, you would have to scream. Each inmate on X block gets 1 hour out at a time of the cell and can't communicate with other prisoners. And it looks like they're about done with the defense questioning, but prosecution evidence includes an affidavit from Assistant Attorney General Gordon Crumberg, that same one that they've been relying on the entire prior 3 weeks of this, alleging the prisoners in ADSEG can communicate with one another through doors and windows. Ellis says this sounds like a claim from someone who hasn't been there before and tried it. Nice. Especially if he's talking about two inmates in their cell at the same time. I just don't see how that's possible. Effectively, no communication with other prisoners. That's the point of ADSEG. Ellis thinks ADSEG on these terms could be called solitary confinement. No redress of your conditions in the court. They defer to the jail. These are basic minimum physical conditions of the unit. Special administrative measures impose additional restrictions on communications on top of that. You want to jump in with anything, Andre, or you want me to keep going through this?
I mean, you can keep going. If we want to pivot over to see Kevin's presenting of events or something, we can, but Defense Assange is pretty concise about it.
Okay, let's go over here because this is about where
I also have James Dolman open today, actually. He's another guy doing court reporting. I'm not sure if he has the cloud. I'm pretty sure he has the cloud video platform access. He was one of the people that Kevin mentioned in his thread.
Yeah. Let's see. According to the good Kevin, Ellis describes having trouble with clients he represented as a public defender who needed to get back on medication or have adjustments made to a dosage. Often they wouldn't see a psychiatrist for several weeks. Ellis told the court there are a few, quote, extra measures, unquote, taken for those with suicidal risk, maybe moved to location for extra monitoring. Shoestrings and bed sheets are taken. According to Ellis, jail staff do not permit access to X block, but there is not a constant deputy. It can be difficult to arrange meetings, even if a lawyer is able to access it. Jump over to Mary Kostakidis here.
I could read the last 4 minutes by Kevin Costola if you want.
I just did okay. That.
I thought you said it was Mo. I'm sorry.
No. So we've got a little, it's a little bit more fleshed out in terms of quotes on Mary's thread, including Lewis's cross-examination.
I can pick that up if you want. I'm just
Go
scrolling
ahead.
down.
About a half an hour ago, 32 minutes ago.
Yep. So Lewis says, you say Kronberg's evidence is inaccurate or incomplete. How many prisoners are held there? Ellis says 300 or so, but only 4 to 6 in the X block. Lewis continues, your comments come from both your clients and your visits. Have you interviewed the prison wardens, staff, or psychiatrists? Ellis says no. Lewis then asks, you've given one side of the picture. Ellis says that there are two sides of every story with a straight face. Lewis says yes, and Ellis says sure. Lewis plowing through the Kronberg statement, asking Ellis about his knowledge of good compliance in jail with policies. Ellis politely says, in effect, so what? That's wonderful. Ellis says they have a tango track record in actual completed suicides. I guess he means limited successful risks. Lewis then asks, how would Julian Assange be assessed for housing? Ellis says, I have never been granted access to such documents, but I believe that he would be held in administrative segregation, also known as solitary confinement. Lewis asks about programs available to inmates. If he starts going on about the arts and crafts again, we're going to have some difficulties here. But Ellis says the jail doesn't run individual programs for those held in segregation. Lewis says Can he meet with his lawyers anytime? Ellis says no, he cannot. Lewis then says, you don't include time spent with lawyers. Ellis says, you don't see your lawyer that often, so essentially it doesn't make much difference. You have to be given special permission to go to the library, but only when no one else is there. If you have a mental health issue, you can be sent to the hospital. Lewis is attempting to show the witness isn't as knowledgeable as Kromberg. Specifically asks again about Julian. Ellis replying that high-profile inmates are not kept with others, nor would he have any special treatment, no matter who his lawyer is or how many he had, referring to the number of lawyers. Fitzgerald re-examines Ellis on the basis of his knowledge and views Julian Assange will be in X block. Ellis says X block is the only option. Fitzgerald asks whether there was a problem with Manning in X block. Ellis says, well publicized and some not publicized suicides attempts in X block. Manning was considered a female, so she could not be held in X block, which I'm glad. Like, thank you for at least having that level of human dignity. Ellis says there is no one else in the jail. There is nowhere else in the jail. The judge says Julian Assange has been in the general prison here. Why would he be held in segregation in the U.S.? So glad that the judge is also acting as a prosecutor still. Ellis says high profile plus mental problems. In order to maintain the security in the jail, they segregate these inmates. Ellis's testimony is finished. Discussion about dealing with the statement of Mr. G, breaking to consider how to deal with it. This statement has risen from the cross-examination of Kopelman, and it may be regarding the razor blade incident. And that gets us caught up with Mary Kostakidis, which that's actually a pretty interesting little exchange there between Lewis and Ellis. Essentially just going through and explaining how X block works, because I didn't even know that existed until just now, but essentially the administrative segregation solitary confinement area inside of the Alexandria Detention Center.
Mm-hmm. Well, we've got a couple from Kevin Gustola in the last couple of minutes. It's 5 minutes ago. Megabrain cross-examined Ellis on the matter of U.S. Marshal Service inspections, but it was unclear how that mattered to testimony Ellis provided. Lewis insisted the programs would be available to Assange if he was in administrative segregation and seemed to try to differentiate federal and state prisoners, but Ellis said Alexandria Jail does not treat them differently and cannot be collocated with prisoners. Megabrain.
Can you pull that picture up just for fun?
In a moment, yes.
Okay.
Did the defense ask you to put solitary confinement in your statement? Ellis says no, asked to consider time out of cell, and what one comes up with is generally equivalent to solitary confinement. Lewis mentioned a previous witness, Eric Lewis, a U.S. lawyer, who said he met with the client for 6 hours. This is not standard, according to Ellis. The windows are maximum of 3 hours unless one has special permission. So you would assume that would mean that Eric Lewis had special permission. Yes, Assange could go to the law library, but Ellis said he would go alone and during a period of time when no one else was there. So Lewis, of course, trying to obfuscate and throw some shade, and further muddy the waters as to whether or not this is actually administrative segregation or whether it's really isolation or whether...
It's like how the U.S. redefined torture as enhanced interrogation simply because that term wasn't illegal or publicized as much. So I view administrative segregation the same as solitary confinement, because we know through the Gitmo files that all they try to do is rewrite the way that they say words to make them sound less bad.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think that they should even use the term administrative segregation in court and should just call it solitary confinement.
I agree.
Well, this is remember, this is about mitigating damage, not about what's factual.
Yeah.
That of course coming from John Kiriaku's court experience in
the same fucking court.
in the in the Eastern District, yeah.
I'm sending out invites to a couple of people. I'm not ignoring you, I promise.
Where did it go?
We may have Gordon Dimmick throughout this week. Gordon Dimmick will randomly be hopping in with us. So I don't know.
Fun.
I don't know when or where, but I just shot him a link to hop in. So I don't know if he'll be in today or not. But
there we go. God, I had to go hunt for that. Come on. What the hell? Oh well.
What are you looking for?
I was trying to full screen the Mega Brain GIF, but it's not doing it for me. So I'll just pull it up as is.
Don't Mega Brain. So this quote is not by Lewis about himself. Just to clarify, Tarek did point that back out to us. This was... Yes, someone called Lewis a charming man with a mega brain, which I just feel bad that people are that willing to lie to him.
But whether he wrote it or not, it's still funny as hell.
Oh, yeah. On his website, I want to read through some of these other ones here while we have a moment to talk some mad shit. Because it's actually not the only statement on his website. That's one of 5. They list him as a superb practitioner and an example of a top-notch lawyer with an understanding of international litigation, a fine advocate who commands attention in the court and is hugely impressive.
You got no video, man.
I know. I was smoking a cigarette.
Oh, okay.
I get yelled at if I smoke a cigarette on camera.
No, I wasn't sure if it was a glitch or not, because sometimes it does weird shit when we go back from sharing.
No, I get it. But so we have actually the name of his cohort here, right? So let me throw this up on the share screen because I think this is ridiculously funny. This is... Did it pop up for everybody?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is Claire Dobbins, right? And so... called upon when there's a knotty legal problem because she is one of the most cerebral barristers doing this type of work. So we have Mega Brain and Cerebral Barrister versus Julian Assange.
They already had a villain called Cerebro, didn't they?
Yes,
well, this
they
is
did.
Cerebral Barrister. This is a step different.
I suspect our Discord is going to produce something.
Yeah.
That woman looks like she has ordered the drowning of hundreds of puppies. Make that perfectly clear.
It's actually in her background. That was her first thing. She's the barrister of puppy court.
Jesus Christ, that's wrong.
Fashion me a coat.
Good Lord.
Bring me the Rottweilers. Their coats are shiny.
Jesus Christ, Steve. Wow, you're awake now.
That's beautiful. We do poetry here live, guys. I don't know if you know that.
Oh, Lord help us.
So let me see. comment in chat says she has crazy eyes. That's not the only crazy thing.
For real though, dude, she does. She got them crazy eyes, man. Like that's someone who will fucking remove your soul just because it's Wednesday.
And that cleft chin.
I'm not gonna rip off
Dingo.
people's looks.
Cerebro is the machine that Professor X used. That's right. That's right. Cerebro was not a villain. Cerebro was in fact a surveillance tool.
Well, they definitely
Damn, you're on it this morning.
Noted, Dingo. Noted.
So Kevin is getting caught up to the break, I believe. He's now doing the Fitzgerald's recross examination, I think, is what he's going through. And that was as of a minute ago. He put the first tweet out there. But he does break down the exchange between Lewis and Ellis pretty well. Do you want me to read through that or no?
Sure.
Okay.
Always happy to give some airtime to the good Kevin.
Ellis said administrative segregation is essentially solitary confinement. It is difficult to challenge the conditions. The court will defer to the jail on how it houses prisoners in its secure facility. Ellis has never represented a federal inmate while under special administrative measures, so he's unable to specifically speak about what conditions would be imposed in addition to the normal regime. Ellis said during a 1 to 2 hour period outside of his cell, Assange would have access to the inmate recorded phone line. Ellis told the court Alexandria jail does not employ a doctor, and that they use a contractor to provide many of the medical services. These are part-time psychiatrists. Ellis describes having trouble with the clients he represents as public defenders, who needed to get back on medication or have adjustments made to the dosage. Often they wouldn't see psychiatrists for several weeks. Ellis told the court that there are a few extra measures taken for those with suicidal risks. They may be moved to a location for extra monitoring. Shoestrings, bed sheets, etc. are taken from them. According to Ellis, the jail staff do not permit access to the X block, but there is not a constant deputy. It can be difficult to arrange meetings, even if a lawyer is able to get access to it. James Lewis, lead prosecutor, cross-examining Ellis for matter of the United States Marshals, but it was unclear, James Lewis, lead prosecutor, cross-examined Ellis on the matter of the U.S. Marshal Service inspection, but it was unclear how that mattered to the testimony provided. So going back through the court, because I've been putting together a document that more or less sources the tweets from multiple different people to build an aspect of all the different arguments from each day. James Lewis actually does some weird stuff like this, where he'll throw in random questions, and then as you're reading through it in context with other days, you can kind of see where it's implied and where it picks up. The best example of this, let me find it. There was a day that they were interviewing someone, I think it was Getz, but I'm not sure. But essentially, Lewis, it was one of the only people interviewed that had direct personal contact with Julian throughout the release of the Iraq war logs. I can't remember the witness's name at this time, but at the end of the cross-examination, Lewis just starts asking questions about Julian's personality that harken back to the third week, days 2, 3, and 4, where the medical cross-examining took place. So you have him trying to ask questions that may seem needless at the time of a witness, so that way they can pull them back into other questioning and potentially reference them in closing statements. So I just think that that's always kind of important to pull out. And I'll try to figure out what day it was that they were asking about Julian's personality. I mentioned it in the actual tweet threads, and I have it here in my spreadsheet or in my document. I just can't dig through it live on camera right now.
So in the last minute, Kevin has put up a recap of an exchange that happened between Beratzer and Ellis. Beratzer said Assange is in custody in this jurisdiction for 18 months in the general prison wing here. Other than his being a public figure, is there any reason you think he'll be held in administrative segregation? Ellis answered the primary reason is he's a public figure, but mental health could be a factor as well, because the mental health unit at the jail is in general population. I believe that means Belmarsh. Beratzer followed up in the UK. High profile won't affect conditions in which you're held. Is that not the same in the US? The mere fact that you're high profile dictates conditions. Ellis did not want to claim to know what administration would factor when setting conditions for any given prisoner, but what he knows is Alexandria Jail segregates these particular high-profile defendants. I can't tell you why. That's just been the case. I don't recall Beratzer, this is Kevin editorializing, I don't recall Beratzer asking a question of any witness thus far, so this may be significant, but obviously I don't want to read more into it than anyone should. While this exchange was taking place, I got sent from Katya's Compass, our friend Nikki, who was on with us last week and will probably pop in a couple of times this week.
Hey, Kevin, how's it going?
Well, there we go.
Hey, just popping in for a few minutes here.
Morning, buddy. How you doing?
Pretty good.
I never actually got this out of you, I don't think, but because you're in Chicago, I need to know where your sports allegiances lie.
Cubs fan, Bears fan.
Okay, we can continue.
I'd sport the hat, but since it's political, I try not to bring the teams into it. But I will say that I do this thing where, because the Cubs are owned by a right-wing billionaire, I'll intentionally wear my Cubs hat when making political statements, just to show that we're not all shitheads.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I try. Occasionally, I try. Plus, this was the cleanest dirty sweatshirt I could find before I stumbled out here an hour ago.
It's a good dirty sweatshirt to wear.
So, could you give us a little update about what's been going on in court so far? We just finished reading through your tweets about Beratzer grilling Ellis.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it was you could say grilling, but I mean, it was a good question to ask because it seems she was making a point that we have an absurd way of imposing solitary confinement on people that the UK doesn't even practice, which is if you have a lot of publicity, you essentially end up getting punished for people knowing a lot about your case. And so it's the Ellis is very clearly saying that Julian Assange will be put in solitary confinement at Alexandria just because everybody knows about his case, and that doesn't happen at the UK. That's not how they've handled him at Belmarsh. We haven't heard any evidence that says, he's ever been put in isolation because, everyone knows he was in the embassy for 7 years, or everyone knows about his case, or people know about WikiLeaks. That's just never been any evidence in this trial.
And that's something. No, go ahead, Steve.
Well, right as we started to go on, right as this exchange was taking place, we got sent a Freedom of Information request out of, I think, the UK, but I don't even know if I'm pulling up the right share screen now. Nope, not that one. I'll try and get that up. I'll save it as a document and bring it up later. But it's basically a Freedom of Information request about how prisoners are handled in Belmarsh and who they get to communicate with and how often, things that Julian Assange has historically been denied that are afforded other prisoners, or things that have been leveraged against him and held over his head. Nikki, who's Katya's Compass on Twitter, has put forth a number of these Freedom of Information requests, and I definitely wish her success in it. She's a lawyer over there, and I hope that they're able to get something out of the UK system, because it has just been pulling teeth to get any information out of those guys.
I mean, I will say that this was, to my knowledge, the first time that a witness has been asked a single question by the judge. So I'll note that. And I'll say that while I can't really tell you how I know this, but because I don't think he really wanted to be there this morning. I do think that kind of helped his credibility, because for once it was impossible for James Lewis to come after him as biased. It was pretty clear he's just a straight public defender who worked in the system for the last 6 or 7 years, has experience representing these people who have nobody, and they're mostly state defendants usually. It just happens he's can speak about the facility where they hold federal defendants too, like Paul Manafort and Maria Butina. And he was a JAG officer before. So like Patrick Eller, I think he gets this credibility because he comes from the system. And he said very clearly that, to me, one of the most, if I had to say what is the two biggest things from his testimony, we just talked about the one, it was the question that Baretzer asked. The other thing is making it abundantly clear how much bullshit it is that Gordon Kromberg has been able to be referenced throughout these proceedings, as you can talk when you're in your cell to other inmates in that H block in that X block where they're going to hold Assange if he's brought and put on trial. After today, we have heard from a defense attorney who has gone and tried to talk to his own client through that door. And he says you have to yell at the top of your lungs to carry a conversation.
And it's not like you can have any sort of confidentiality with that. I did like the line that Ellis said where he said it sounds like it was written by someone who's never been there or seen it.
Yes. That was good.
I'm glad that Kromberg's affidavit is up for getting torn apart. I hope that continues throughout the week.
Oh, I've got it handy.
I think it's pretty interesting that Kromberg isn't going to be taking the witness stand to be able to be cross-examined about this document that he put forward. But it does get brought up in every cross-examination along the way. So I just as like a point of the way the court is operating, I think that's kind of weird.
Yeah, he's essentially a prosecution witness who the defense doesn't have an opportunity to cross-examine, right, because they didn't put him on the list or they didn't try to call him. I'm not sure how that works, but
I believe we're through all the prosecution witnesses, that there was only 2 of them, if I remember right, and they finished off last week. Do you know who we could be expecting throughout the rest of this week and what witnesses we haven't heard from yet?
Well, so my guess is the next guy is going to be a prison expert too. I think we're expecting a guy named Joel Sickler. That's going to be my prediction. If I'm wrong, you can let me know right away. But I think we're going to finish up on prison people today. I don't know who else we'll have blocked in. What I don't know is, okay, so we know there are at least a dozen or so people who are expected to go today for the we know there are a dozen or more witnesses left to go for the defense this week. We know that it's been really difficult to have more than 2 scheduled on any given day. So if you do the math, you do have to ask how many people are going to be dropped. And some of these individuals are going to be statements that are read into the record, and we're not going to see their faces. So I don't know. And I don't know if the legal team's going to have to abandon anyone. Do
you think Noam Chomsky is going to be able to get through this without plugging Joe Biden?
Well, the problem now is I heard that he's just a statement now that they're going to put into the record, which is fine.
But that's probably how they're going to get through the witnesses faster than is just read out a few statements. And the one day that the Jen Robinson statement was read, they were able to get through 2 witnesses on the stand. Yeah.
So that'll speed us up. And it's according to the judge, if I think it is awful for the defense team that it's this way, because if you're part of the press or the public, it's hard for us to follow witnesses. But according to her, she says, I've got it right here. You don't have to repeat it and say it to me again. It's just like, okay.
Well, how is that in the interest of open justice?
It's not.
Yeah. I mean,
No.
if I can figure that out without my lawyering degrees.
But also, I don't think that's even reasonable, because if I give you a statement and you read it and it's, let's say, 50 pages, you might go through it, but you won't know what are the most important things. Like if I said to you, what are the 5 most important things in those 50 pages? You may not know. That's why you need the defense to stand up there and read it, so you can call attention to what is the most important part.
Well, and important is open to interpretation based on the reader too. So
Sure.
no, it really definitely it's in the best interest of the defense to be able to have these witnesses presented and have them questioned.
Well, sure, if she's hostile, which is they're treating her as a hostile person, then she's going to read all their statements for what can justify extradition. So they need to make sure she looks at the stuff that says don't do it.
Agreed. Again, like if lay people, even though experience covering court hearings as a journalist can make you understand the finer points of the law here, it seems pretty reasonable that the defense would be able to argue, for a little bit more leeway, although I suppose they did get granted their 4 weeks before closing arguments are presented, and they did get some concessions out of Beratzer last week, so it's possible they don't want to push it too much and have her just turn on them completely.
All right, well, I think we're about to come back here, so I'm going to drop off and see where things go for the rest of the morning. I'll see you all again later.
All right, Kevin. Thank you very much,
buddy. And that was Kevin Gastola.
Make sure that you are checking in with Kevin after the hearings. He's been doing some terrific recaps on Shadowproof. That's the magazine that he co-founded and edits. And yeah, we've been fortunate these last several mornings to be joined frequently by Kevin, who is really just leading the field in terms of U.S. journalists covering this case.
And if you are not already subscribed to his YouTube channel, I'm going to drop the link in chat for everybody. Please show Kevin Gastola some love. He is operating an hour behind me. So right now it's 5:40 in the morning for him, and he is awake, aware, competent, and doing wonderful court transcriptions for us.
You fucking pussies, get a sleep in.
Hey man, if I was in your spot, I'd
no sympathy.
Just be up for straight 3 weeks.
I can't do drugs like that anymore, man.
I can't either.
I can't.
I mean, I have caffeine, which is enough, but
yeah, I'm gonna have to go make some more coffee at some point.
Speaking of, I'll be back in like a minute.
All right.
Okay. So I have the first 9 days of court, so the first 2 weeks mapped out for arguments and stuff. If you are interested in receiving a copy of this, please email info@action number 4 Assange. I was going to put it up on the website, but it just won't format well on the website as it stands right now. Once we get the new site launched, I'll be able to put it up on there.
It doesn't format well in an email either.
Yeah, I mean, that's very true. But I can.
I opened that shit up and I was like, oh.
Yeah, no, because it's just a million links with statements.
Really?
But again, if you're interested.
Our good friend Tarek Haddad has a companion to this, though, because what Andrew did was went and pulled the relevant quotes, like scraping Twitter for it from the live tweets. And then there are corresponding videos and articles. And what Tarek was able to do was get a copy of the prosecution and defense skeleton arguments that they submitted for this case, as well as the witness statements for the first 2 weeks. And then he'll have them for this week. But because of the restrictions on the press with the medical testimony, fortunately, in my opinion, and I'm a press freedom advocate, so for me to be in favor of this speaks, fucking volumes about what's actually contained in those statements. You should have them for the 4th week too. So we're going to have almost every witness statement, and then we're still looking for transcripts for testimony. But as soon as we find them, we'll let you guys know. If you guys find them before we do, please let us know.
And in the thing, I actually have Tarek's companion at the bottom of it when I turned it into a PDF. It just wasn't in that email I sent last night because I was just trying to rush to get that out, to get the full 2nd week finished. So I just want to give a special shout out to our friend Nat out in Mexico. She is up right now hanging out with us, so I appreciate
Nat.
her.
We love you, Nat.
I love you.
I just started messaging her and just saying hello and good morning. So good morning to you, Nat. Just so you guys know, real quick, this is just a little A for A house cleaning. If anything does happen and you are not able to find us on YouTube, we will be streaming on Rockfin. Just to
And
throw
D
that
Live.
out there.
We're on D
And
Live.
D Live.
Just in case anything horrible goes wrong, or they decide to censor the fuck out of us, we will be on Rockfin. We aren't the best at putting videos up there right now, but we generally get the live streams up. So if you have it, it's Rockfin, ROKFIN.com. It's a pretty cool way to support content creators. We don't monetize anything, but they're a pretty cool little platform. I'm seeing where everyone's at.
Well, they should just be starting to get back into it. Meow.
That's more or less what it looks like. I don't have any fresh tweets, at least from Defense Assange. Let me see. Mary Kostakidis. She said, as of 2 minutes ago, we're back. She said, we're back. No, another 10 minutes to see if we can get the second witness earlier than proposed. So still on a little intermission as of 2 minutes ago, but we will see how that goes through. And if you guys have questions about what's led up to this point in court and how everything's going, or just in general, please shoot them into chat. We will try to take as many questions as we can just to make sure everyone's on the same page with the court proceedings.
And I'm stoked for this week because it seems like we're going to have a handful more people that pop in with us throughout this coverage.
Gordon confirmed for Wednesday, by the way.
Okay.
He's outside the court today and tomorrow. So
Groovy.
yeah, I'm excited to have him on. We haven't got to talk to Gordon in a while.
Oh, nice.
I miss that guy.
Me too. I think he's bouncing off YouTube.
Yeah.
He's what, off YouTube?
He's getting off there.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I say more power to him.
You're not my fucking supervisor, Watchman. I will yawn if I want to.
I'm not allowed to smoke cigarettes on camera no more. So if my camera blacks out, that's why.
It's all good.
I just wanted to make sure everybody knew. It's not because I don't love you guys.
Listen and know my persecution and my pain.
First world problems.
You'll live.
I know. So this is super interesting to me, and I just kind of want to talk about it here while we're waiting for everything else to come through. The timeline on, what day was this? On Friday of week 2 with Khalid Al-Masri. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. I'm trying. I don't know if they'll be able to do it, but I think that they should, the defense at least should maybe try to get El Masri to be able to testify again, because there was major technical issues that prevented him from being able to testify in court. And those tech issues only came up after a prolonged, essentially speech by prosecutor James Lewis on why he shouldn't be cross-examined. And I just think that it's particularly disgusting that they censored a torture victim, because it was one of the few times that Julian did speak up in court that says he will not allow a torture victim to be censored. So I thought that that was a pretty important thing. And the fact that that testimony gets left out is particularly disgusting to me. So in the coming weeks, it's probably not going to be this week, but we're going to, during the vigils, give a big deep dive here.
Hey,
Oh, hello. How are you?
Hi. How are you? I
Thanks
thought
for-
I'd pop in. I wasn't sure.
awesome. Steve will be back in a moment.
Absolutely. Thanks for joining us.
Hi.
So far into court, what are your impressions for the day, Nikki?
I don't really have any solid impressions yet. I'm just following what you're saying. I read some of the tweets that Mary Kostakidis has put out, and I sent a quick DM to Steve about how Baretsa is trolling the world again. He doesn't seem to think that, he doesn't seem to know that Belmarsh is not a general prison. It's a high security, max security prison. So, and he's already under SAMS in many ways, isn't he? The UK SAMS. They're not saying it, but we know that Julian has not been able to have access to his lawyers. He's been totally gagged, muzzled, not allowed to speak to the public, didn't even have a radio until very recently. My group got him the radio after an FOI within 5 days. Yeah, the SAMs are already in operation. He's already in solitary confinement. Or they can call it whatever they want. They can call it, I don't know, they can call it Alice in Wonderland land, but yeah, so I don't have any concrete impressions apart from the fact that Baretsa seems to live in another world.
Right.
So that's a connection that I hadn't made, because I've been awake for slightly less than 2 hours, and I'm fucking still, it's all unfogging. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Belmarsh is maximum security, where being in the quote unquote general population is different than being in the general population at, for example, the Alexandria Detention Center, where he wouldn't be anyway. I'm going to pull up the rule of law and the prosecutor thing that you sent me, Nikki, and we can go over that if you want to, because this is interesting. This is pretty much the opposite of the way that Mega Brain is conducting himself. So the 8 principles outlined for the core principles of the rule of law, as outlined by Lord Bingham, who I have no idea who Lord Bingham is, but maybe you can shed some light on that. The law must be accessible, intelligible, clear, and predictable. Questions of legal right and liability should ordinarily be resolved by the exercise of law and not the exercise of discretion. Laws should apply equally to all. God damn it, that just went off the fucking screen. Ministers and public officials must exercise the powers conferred in good faith, fairly, for the purposes for which they were conferred, reasonably, and without exceeding the limits of such powers. The law must afford adequate protection of fundamental human rights. That's new. The state must provide a way of resolving disputes which the parties cannot themselves resolve. The adjudicative procedures provided by the state should be fair. The rule of law requires compliance by the state with its obligations in international as well as national laws. Now, this is something I'm going to hang on to, because we'll go through it point by point on an evening vigil and deconstruct it. I would just like to point out to the whole class that I correctly read the word adjudicate at 3:52 in the morning.
Yeah. Mm. So, yeah, that particular article about the prosecutor's role and the rule of law. Well, it's not an article, actually. It's a publication of a speech by the former Attorney General. What's his full name? Grieve, G-R-I. Oh, gosh, I forget the spelling. Anyway, if you could at some stage put up the link I sent you, it's also on one of the campaign sites.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll throw that in the chat right now.
It's a very interesting speech given by a conservative former member of parliament, attorney general, and conservative. But that says it all, and it shows in how many ways Mega Brain Lewis is breaching his role.
I love that name is catching on. I love it.
You know, if we have done anything in the past couple of weeks, may it be the proliferation of the phrase mega brain.
Yes, well, he's
I
definitely.
sent the growing brain gif. I sent that to Elizabeth Voss. And she fucking wrote me back saying that she had like spit tea all over her computer and that it wasn't fair and I should not do that again. I'm not sorry.
Sorry. Well, I mean, let's just say that on their side, they've had no problems, totally smearing, character assassinating in every way possible a torture victim. So, Lewis isn't exactly being tortured. He's the torturer. So, one of the torturers.
Yeah.
When we haven't locked him up, we just propagated his own an advertisement that is on his own site. It's his chambers. He is aware that this particular picture of him with those comments is up on his own chamber's site. He must be aware of it, even if it's a quote. This is not on some other public site. It's his chambers on the top, the logo of his chambers.
I just think it's a great form of justice in a way to be able to spin an accolade that he received into such a public battering that he's receiving at this point.
Look, us unwashed masses do mockery pretty well.
Yeah, because we know a lot of the stand-up comedians that have YouTube shows and big followings. So we've been talking with them about putting a mega brain piece together and then specifically highlighting all the fails of Lewis throughout this time, including
look for that on your favorite political comedy show on the RT network soon.
Oh, hell yes.
Happened to have had a guest with a show on the RT network yesterday. And he let me know through email communications when I was booking that guest that a Mega Brain segment was in the works, confirming what Andrew had already told me.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well,
Hell yeah.
I mean, let's
If you're living under a rock, it was Lee Camp.
Well, I think that the public in general has been terrorized by these people, and humor is a good way to dilute the terror and to see these people for who they are. They're tiny little punks, that's who they are in reality.
Well, and it can't all be like primal scream therapy. Like that would make for some pretty awkward coverage of this hearing. Just people going, ah! Like, 'cause that's the alternative to laughing. It is.
Well, laughter opens the way sometimes to seeing the truth. So there's no point in keeping up what they want. They want us all terrorized and, hiding in a corner somewhere. So we need to see who we are dealing with. And interestingly enough, I watched not a vigil. Well, Craig Murray was on Randy Credico, and it was very interesting what he said about Kronberg.
Okay. I have not had a chance to see that yet.
Yeah, it was a very good show. Craig Murray on Randy Credico. I recommended to everyone to go and see that. So yeah, Mega Brain is Mega Brain by his own approval. You know, that quote was put up on his own chamber's advertisement because he approved of it. You know.
Vanessa Beraitzer. Claire Dobbins actually has one up here where she's referred to as the most cerebral Beraitzer.
Yeah.
I think that's a lot of fun.
Barrister. Yeah, don't confuse barrister and Beraitzer.
Well, you know, I suppose they're the only ones who, them and their friends, they're the only ones who think so. I'm not sure that the rest of the world does, but they were picked for this prosecutorial role for a good reason.
You guys think that the Kromberg affidavit is in the prosecution bundle?
It probably is because it's very favorable to the prosecutor.
Okay, because Tarek Haddad, and I think we mentioned this earlier, but I'm going to reiterate just because it's such a wonderful resource. Tarek Haddad has archived all of the prosecution and defense skeleton arguments, as well as the prosecution bundle and all of the witness statements for the first 2 weeks of the hearing. And that's up. I'll drop a link for that in my chat. But if you go to TarekHaddad.com, TarekHaddad.com/the archives, you should be able to find it. And again, I'm going to go ahead and throw that in my chat, and then I'll jump around. I'll jump around the channels we're streaming on and drop it there too.
I was pulling it up.
Inch Slackman, good morning, my brother. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I'm very much looking forward to sitting down with my good brother Ian and the Reverend Annie Chambers Sunday, October 11th. I will also be introducing a twice monthly co-host for Slow News Day on that day that I'm very excited to bring on board and have involved with the show. No, I'm not going to tell you who it is.
The suspense. But I just want to give a shout out to everybody that's actually watching right now. Over on the Restream platform with Action for Assange, we have almost 40 people viewing. And that's between our network and the MCSC network, and then Twitch and Facebook. So I just want to give a special shout out to Nico House for allowing us to put this up on his platform, because a lot of people get nervous doing such in-depth coverage about Assange simply because of the censorship and everything that'll happen behind the scenes. So Nico's really stepped up as a hero here to allow us to broadcast on his platform too.
And Lee Camp really broke down how the censorship works yesterday on Slow News Days. It's worth checking out that interview for that alone. And then afterward, I had anyone who's been in my chat will know this, but I fucking got a little lifted and made a whole ton of people moderators on my channel. So I'm going to start having panels with the moderators, and we had our first one yesterday. It was great. Rob Juno popped in. Big Rob looks like a fucking wizard. It's fantastic.
I'm jealous. Like, his mustache is almost better than mine.
It feel like looking in a mirror in the future.
It was.
Yeah.
I could see me time traveling and moving to northern Canada.
Right. But yeah, Rob was in for a while, and Glory Jones, and our own Sarcasm Stardust, Misty Winston, was also able to pop in for a while. It was great. It was great. I'm going to do that again. It was a lot of fun.
So could you, while we're waiting for the chats to, or not the chats, but the threads to populate some more, talk a little bit about the other Freedom of Information Act requests you guys have? Nikki?
There's quite a few of them. Would you be able to put up that screenshot of the FOI on the prison part of the prison conditions that was sent in? Because I could go through that if I could see it in front of me.
Do you have it, Steve?
One more time.
The screenshot of the prison FOI?
The one that you just sent me, Nikki?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, it's in my mentions. Let me go pull it up. I have to save it and then pull it up because it wasn't screen sharing well for me. So give me just a moment.
Okay,
I should be able to do that.
Yeah.
because you guys have done absolutely amazing work with the Freedom of Information Act request.
I was trying to tell these guys about it, and then and it wasn't screen sharing for me. And then Kevin popped in, and we only get him for a short time during the break before he comes back at lunch, and blah 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 blah. It didn't get posted, but here it is. I think no. Where you fucking work for me?
Our biggest action is a complaint about Arbuthnot to
There
Lord
we go.
Buckland. Okay, I'll just finish about that. The biggest action is, and we're still collecting signatures. It's on the Wise Up site, and it's a complaint to the JCIO, which we forwarded to Lord Buckland, asking Lord Buckland to remove Arbuthnot for judicial misconduct. Now, because we are so extensively censored on Twitter and other mainstream social media platforms, we have difficulty making this known to the world. However, it would be great if people could go on the Wise Up Action or Emmy Butland's site and read that particular complaint, which is based on the evidence uncovered by Matt Kennard and Mark Curtis. So that complaint is based on the articles done about Arbuthnot through the Daily Maverick and Declassified, or one or the other, because there's two. So yeah, getting to this Freedom of Information request. Yeah, it asks for information on the legal basis of, because Assange was immediately categorized as a Category A prisoner, the highest risk, right? From the date of his arrest, when he was arrested pretty much for supposedly skipping bail, which, it was unlawful in any case, that arrest, because it breached the rules on political asylum. Assange was protected by political asylum. He had reasonable excuse not to turn up, not to fulfill his bail condition of turning up. So already there's a small period from the 11th of April, the date of his arrest, to the 23rd of May. I believe he was formally indicted on the 23rd of May, 2019, under the Espionage Act. So there's that period where I don't know why he was categorized as a Category A prisoner for skipping bail. It's ridiculous. Then after that date, we seek information for his categorization, continued categorization as a Category A prisoner from that date, from the date of the indictment. Okay, what's the other stuff? Information on reports, records, or other communications made. That's right. So we were seeking information on administrative documents that were made under Rule 21. That has to do with the doctor's reports and any administrative documents coming from the doctors or medical staff from within the prison. So this is where the razor comes in, the non-existent report. So even though he was punished for having a razor in his possession, there's no record of it in the medical records of the prison, which is bizarre. Because even if Julian hadn't said a thing to the doctors, you would think that at least at the time he was punished, since possessing a razor would have shown that he had some kind of malevolent intent towards himself. You would have thought that they would have referred the matter also to the medical staff, and that there should have been a record of this in the medical records. So yeah, generally it asks for records relating to Julian's imprisonment conditions. There are other FOIs that are more extensive about his prison conditions. I can send you those later on.
Hey, Andrew, mute. I can hear you typing.
Oh, sorry. I did have a question though about special administrative, or about Freedom of Information Act requests, because it's something that a lot of people see as some kind of large administrative hurdle, that there's a bunch of paperwork and stuff. Do you think that Freedom of Information Act request is something that someone could do at home, just as a viewer or someone
Yes.
looking on at this trial?
Yes, well, in fact, they could do them online. There's a site called, what is it called? What do you know? What do we know? Hang on, I'll just find it and send you the link. I think it's called whatdotheyknow.com. There you go. So it can be done online. I will send it to you. And then it's public. The request is public. I'll send you the, here we go. What do they know? Now, where do I send this? I'll send it to Steve.
Yeah, go ahead. And as of like 7 minutes ago,
Yeah.
recess came back. Joel Sickler was sworn in. He's an expert on U.S. prison conditions. I'm going to be reading from the Assange defense account here. Although I did notice that the good Kevin had an exchange up already. Sickler, oh, god damn it. Stupid phone. Anywho, let's get back to this. Where the hell did it go? Sickler has been working in prison advocacy for more than 40 years, founded the Justice Advocacy Group in Virginia, and has been to ADC dozens of times and has many clients detained there. Sickler says, I believe Assange will be assigned to an administrative segregation unit, agrees with Ellis that it's likely to be the X unit. Sickler says national security issues, Assange's notoriety, concerns for his safety, and concerns for self-harm risk all lead him to believe Assange will be held in ADSEG. Ellis called the cells on X Block the size of a parking lot in his statement, and Sickler agrees based on his client's experience. Sickler said he absolutely won't have communication with other inmates. Kronberg says inmates can talk between cells. Sickler says in practice, that's ridiculous. You have to scream. Go over to Kevin's here, who is confirming that in this tweet. And then I think that's about all that we have into it at this point. But this should be some noteworthy testimony, in that it's further destroying this affidavit by AUSA Kronberg, who again, like Andrew's absolutely right there. Like, this person should be called onto the stand. He should have an opportunity to be examined, and the defense should have a chance to pick apart this affidavit that they're treating like a Bible.
Of course, it's about the equality of arms. You know, you give one side the capacity to cross-examine, and you forbid the other side to cross. It's ridiculous. There is the rule of law has been totally trashed in this trial.
Yeah,
we can't even call it a kangaroo trial. I think a kangaroo would have done a better job. You know?
right. Yeah, no, 5 or 6 weeks ago, I had Garland Nixon on my show, and he was like, don't talk to me about rule of law. This is an arbitrary application of law, and it always has been. I don't want to hear about rule of law anymore.
Yeah, well, you know, I mean, if nothing else, this so-called trial has brought out the barbarity of the US system in its prisons, the way it deals with all sorts of the way it deals with the rule of law. I mean, it's barbaric. You know, it's as if we're looking at Nazi Germany. You know, I don't want to seem like I'm exaggerating, but you know, I think we're not far from the kind of special courts that Hitler had. Because, you know, when Hitler got into power, two things he did immediately was he set up special courts, and he took over the press, totally censored the press. And he obviously knew what he was doing. It was very effective, at least for 5 years.
Well, he had Joseph Goebbels and he had Edward Bernays.
Well, I'm not sure that he had Edward Bernays.
Well, he had his work.
Edward Bernays had his theories. You know that Edward Bernays was the nephew of Freud.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, yes, he had his theories, but he didn't exactly say that they should be applied the way they were by the Nazis. So,
certainly not, but he did write. He wrote the manual.
Yeah.
that,
He
that
wrote the manual as to how propaganda works, just like Machiavelli wrote the manual as to how, politics can work.
Mhm.
But they didn't, explaining how something works doesn't mean that others have to apply that knowledge in the worst possible way. Yeah.
We've basically done that with all science fiction and everything that Orwell ever put on paper, though. So I mean, it's like we just sort of ran with that shit.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we definitely are in a very bad place. But as I said, the only good thing really up to now is there's so much of the barbarity coming out in terms of what the US government and its little, mafia is doing. Now, it's total mafia tactics, mafia politics. It's incredible. And
I believe there was one of the wonderful events Consortium News does over the weekend. They defined what's happening right now as the U.S. empire getting put on trial because everything's being brought to air. And
yes,
while these charges are getting put on trial, you have Vanessa Bareitzer saying, "Well, I'm not here to talk about the torture programs. I'm not here to rule if these things are war crimes," and then continually refusing to allow evidence to be entered into the court, like the Senate torture report and things like that, that actually describe in detail what was happening at these detention sites and during these renditions. But the judge is like, well, I'm not worried about that. Let's not talk about what actually was disclosed. So in the US, under the Espionage Act, Julian will have no public interest defense. And in the UK, he currently does. But the way the judge is framing everything and not allowing certain pieces of information to be entered into the record, they're basically trying to remove the public interest defense in this UK court, too.
yeah. So she may not be ruling officially and in those terms, but she is, in a way, directing the trial in such a way that the evidence is not allowed in, and therefore then she can say, oh, well, there was nothing presented about torture. She's the one that is disallowing she's disallowing all the evidence about the torture and the other stuff that you mentioned. So she's ruling in a way. You know what I mean? The thing is, we're playing a lot with words here. She plays with words as well. She says, "Well, I don't have to look at this. I'm not here to decide on torture," but she's deciding on torture by disallowing the evidence, by dismissing what the UN Special Rapporteur found as to torture, by dismissing what the UN working group on arbitrary detention found about arbitrary detention. So she's dismissing evidence and then saying, oh, well, I'm not here to decide on these matters. Well, she has decided on them. She has. Every time she disallows evidence as to those matters, she has made decisions about those matters.
And all she would have to do is accept the words of other high courts around the world, like the European Human Rights Court and things like that, to where she doesn't have to make a ruling. She just has to say, this is what everyone has said about these incidents. And she won't even go as far as that.
If we go back to that list of principles, the 8 principles, she is bound, and so is the UK. The UK is bound by the international conventions and protocols and other instruments that they have signed and ratified, one of them being the European Convention of Human Rights, which also exists in the UK domestic law under the UK Human Rights Act. So she has consistently been breaching the human rights of Julian Assange and also the human rights dealing with the rule of law, open justice, fair hearings. All of that is in one, actually, the fair hearings. She's been breaching the public's right as well. The public has a right to scrutinize this trial, and she's done her best to make sure that nobody gets to scrutinize anything. I wrote her an email. I wrote her bureaucrat an email, which I mentioned last time, a few emails, and I was assured that the trial would be open to legal observers, monitors, etc. And then on the day of the opening of the hearing, she just changed her mind. And when I asked why, I was told it was an error, and I said, but you told me that the judge confirmed this. So where was the error? If the judge confirmed that the trial would be open to the public, where was the error? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she confirmed. I assume she confirmed having thought about it
Right.
first. It wasn't somebody else. It was the judge herself who confirmed that the trial would be open. And on the Monday, the first Monday, she changed her mind, and there was this ridiculous excuse with no reasons given as to, or no fact as to where the error was. I just cannot see where the error was. But anyway, so
And we had Rebecca Vincent with Reporters Without Borders on, and she was describing, with even having access at the time, because this was the Saturday before court kicked off, that the way everything's been proceeding is less open than Turkey's court system, where Turkey may put on show trials on a regular basis, but they'll at least let international observers like Reporters Without Borders in. To where now here in this civilized, democratic Western nation, they're not even allowing these legal observers time in the room to watch these proceedings or an actual access to the video platform. So what I'm hoping is at the end of this, we can build enough public pressure with Freedom of Information Act requests to actually get a full video copy released of the court proceedings.
well, getting back to what Rebecca said, we don't need to go to Turkey. Let's go to the Virginia courts, and let's go to the UK court.
Mm-hmm.
Why compare it with Turkey? The Virginia court, we know, is the most closed court in the world. We know that now, and I think most people have understood that the legal proceedings in the US and the UK when it comes to so-called terrorists, because Julian is being treated clearly as a terrorist, are shockingly closed and secret. These are secret trials. They're called open trials, but when a trial is not open in reality to public scrutiny, it's a closed trial. They can call it whatever they want. It's a closed trial in reality, de facto. We need to look at realities rather than swallow what they tell us about what it is. We have to counter their fake reality with a real reality. And in Australia, they have, at least they're honest in Australia, they do have secret trials, and they are honest about the fact that they are secret. Now, Daniel McBride, that you've had on your show, has discussed
David McBride.
McBride, yeah. David, did I get his name wrong?
Daniel. You said Daniel.
Sorry. Okay, sorry. Yeah. So Australia has been having secret trials openly calling them secret trials for quite a while now, with Witness K and whatever, you have no idea who these people are, where they are, where they're holding them. So, yeah, if Rebecca wants to, get away from Turkey a little bit,
she uses it as a comparison.
I'm not putting down Rebecca, but
what she's doing is putting it in a scope where people who aren't living every minute of this trial can, have something to compare it to. Like, look, even Erdogan's government is holding a more open and fair process than the UK or than the US.
Erdogan is a really horrible piece of shit. However, Erdogan hasn't done, one thousandth of what the US has done since the war on terror. You know what I mean? I mean, he's small fish in the whole picture. In the big picture, Erdogan is really small fish. We need to look at the bigger picture, and who's been committing the war crimes on the greatest scale, really, since 2001, and we know who these people are. And that's why Julian isn't being chased because he revealed down secrets. He's being chased because of the Chelsea Manning leaks. So we need to also stick to our context as well, if you know what I mean. Yeah. But anyway, I as I said before, Reporters Without Borders has huge power to clinch this, and they can downgrade the UK and the US on.
And they should.
And they should, yes. And we as the public should be pressuring for that to happen, I think. But
No, I agree with that. We're certainly not done having conversations with Reporters Without Borders.
Yeah. Well, when I sent an email to Barait's bureaucrat, I did ask for Rebecca to be allowed in. It's essential that she's allowed in because she's one of the representatives of one of the main NGOs when it comes to freedom of the press. So of course she should have been one of the first people allowed into that trial. So definitely we will be pushing for that. But yeah.
So I'm going to go back to some of the courtroom coverage here. About 15 minutes ago, continuing on with Sickler's testimony, he reiterated the isolation-inducing atmosphere of X Block and what that entails. He said very limited social interaction with others, no access to the outside world except for a rare few monitored phone calls. You're twiddling your thumbs. This is a quote. You'll have access to reading material, but your whole world is the four corners of that room. Sickler believes statutorily Assange would have to be held under special administrative measures because he has had clients in conditions just short of SAM's. Refers to the Center for Constitutional Rights report that Andrew and I have gone over several times on the vigil. Again, very worth reading this and really worth understanding exactly what special administrative measures are. And this is certainly something that if you yourself are a citizen journalist or a content creator, this is worth spending some time on your show about. We have a quote from Sickler here. Mr. Assange should expect to receive only the most limited medical service at the Alexandria Detention Center. Any suggestion to this court that he will be fully evaluated and assessed for medical or mental health conditions is misleading. He went on to say, if an inmate is intent on committing suicide, they will. Sickler also commented on the ADX Florence in Colorado, where he agrees it's likely Assange will be sentenced post-trial if convicted. This is also the second part of the testimony today, is pre-trial detainment and post-trial incarceration were a conviction to happen. So ADX Florence is going to be brought up throughout the rest of the day. And he'll likely be held in the H unit in ADX Florence for special administrative measures inmates. Again, it would be a very small cell, not permitted to interact with other prisoners, extraordinarily limited contact with visitors and outsiders, 1 15-minute call a month, which is monitored. Prospects of appealing being subjected to SAMS is the question from, I believe, the defense. He says it's a well-known fact here that even the most minor administrative appeals by inmates are denied. He says, I probably filed 1,000 or more appeals, winning a dozen at most. The chances of appealing SAMS are remote to nil. We can hear you typing, Andre.
Sorry. I was just making sure I got everything that was happening in court documented. But the fact, so we talked about this, I think it was Friday, or it may have been with Mo and Tarek on Saturday, but how Julian's situation highlights and shows all of these other terrible things that are going on with the U.S. court system, like these secret trials that people otherwise wouldn't be exposed to, like the detention conditions inside of our U.S. prison system. So I think that that's important to really point out here and recognize is the fact that this isn't new, that they're not making up these brand new programs just as Julian's coming here, that there have been years and years of people trapped inside of these special administrative measures that have been tortured. And it's a matter of, okay, well, now that it's so set in legal precedence that this is allowed, we're going to try to bring Julian over to put him in it. So I think that that's a dark distinction, but that nothing that he is facing here is new, short of the precedent of prosecuting a publisher.
And let's not forget that Julian is on the Council of Europe's list of protected journalists. Uh, you know, that's an important list to be on. If you're a protected journalist on an international organization's list, the Council of Europe, please don't mistake it with the European Council, okay? So this is the international organization, the Council of Europe, which has, can't remember how many countries, over 100 countries, I think. Anyway, so an international organization has him on the list of protected journalists, and this is being ignored by everyone, definitely by the mainstream media. So this particular kangaroo court is ignoring everything from an international perspective, and also from a domestic perspective. And we, the masses of the world, have not been able to react. And we've shown this before, because we still haven't really reacted to a place like Guantanamo. We accepted Guantanamo, which is amazing. But we've been accepting it for how many years now? Nearly 20 years.
Well, there was a huge propaganda effort around keeping Guantanamo Bay open, to where you had Barack Obama, I'll spare pleasantries, but Barack Obama running on closing Guantanamo Bay. And he was like, we're going to do it, we're going to do it. And then when he got elected, everyone went to sleep. Anti-war organizations closed down as he escalated to 7 conflicts. He ramped up the prisoner programs in Guantanamo Bay, saying that, oh, we can't close it because we need it, after he ran for 2 years about essentially ending the U.S. torture programs and holding people accountable. So it's not that the public forgot about it, but it's that they were just led to believe by their savior in chief that he was going to do something, and that as long as that political faction's torturing people, those are the bad guys. And it's only when the other side comes in that there's issues.
Well, the thing about Obama was that he had a very good skill to become everybody's boyfriend. He was Mr. Smooth, and so he lied consistently and he's still lying, for years, and people just went along with it, which is tragic, really. And when the torture thing came out, oh well, we tortured some folks, no big deal, and then he moves on to the next thing. Okay, we tortured some folks, and who goes to jail about that? John Kiriakou. Obama. He was the president. He knew they were torturing some folks, and nobody ever asked him any questions. So I don't know what democracy really means to most people these days, but there's a problem. There's a huge problem of its non-existence.
Well, and John Brennan was doing everything in his power to hold the torture report, trying to make sure that the torture report was never read into the congressional record, or that it never became publicly available, or that even redacted snippets of it were not made available to the Congress.
Well, they said they accidentally deleted it. So many accidents. But, anything that's deleted can be found again. There's no way, I believe, that something was permanently deleted and they can't find it. Of course they can find whatever they deleted. It exists somewhere, but nobody's really pushed for that report to be found again. I'm sure somebody must have it. I don't know, maybe Anonymous. Anonymous gave a leak, huge leaks to George Galloway recently, and Ben Norton was on George Galloway's show yesterday. He's written an article about the latest leaks made by Anonymous, on the Grey Zone project. So that's something to look into. Ben Norton's
certainly.
Yeah.
But I have to hop off here. My 8 to 5 is starting here in just a little bit, and I'm sitting in my office, and guys are going to start showing up soon. So I have to get off, but I do want to say thank you for you to hop in with us, Nikki, and for Steve and Josh getting up so heinously early. I will be back tomorrow with everybody to keep doing the coverage, but I appreciate everybody watching, and then you guys for making sure that this still gets to happen.
Yeah, and I just talked to Kendra. She should be on in about a half an hour.
Okay, cool.
So she'll be in, and then we should also be seeing Kevin around the lunch break. So yeah, it's being sleep deprived with friends here this morning, and also Nikki, who is on a completely different time zone.
Yeah, no, I'm okay. It's 1:32 here.
I'm jealous.
This afternoon.
But
Yeah.
I will talk to you guys later. Thank you very much.
Okay.
By the time it's 1:30 this afternoon here, it'll be well over 100 degrees, and there will be no shade where I'm working.
Oh my goodness. Well, there's a lot of things that need to be changed in the States, like workers' laws. Nobody will have to work in in certain temperatures. People, workers should not be forced to work in slave conditions like that.
The guy that I work for is 62 years old, and he's not really into working in above 100-degree conditions.
Okay.
So we'll probably knock off by the time it gets like stupid hot. But because we had to evacuate because of the wildfires, and I went to Washington D.C. for 10 days. We're about a month behind on this job that we were already 3 months behind on because of the lockdown. So the client is a tapping her foot, basically like, why the fuck aren't you guys done with my deck yet? It's like, well, why the fuck did the person who built this house fuck everything up? This shit wouldn't be so hard if we didn't have to completely demolish everything and start from scrap.
Yeah.
I am going to check back in with the Assange defense account. They've been getting the minute by minute stuff out pretty quick. I gotta find out who's running this, because they're just on it. So we'll wrap up the defense examination of Sickler. I just saw where Claire Dobbins, the prosecutor who came up with the fake coronavirus scare during the first week, will be cross-examining Sickler. So that should be fun, because she got her ass handed to her last time. Let's see. We talked about that. The odds of appealing special administrative measures are remote to nil. Sickler has a client who's been held in solitary confinement for 22 years. Sickler says Mr. Assange will be held in solitary confinement at ADX for a prolonged period with little hope of challenging those conditions. He says in practice, based on his decades of experience, the government's claims about what these prisons are like just don't hold up. If you recall, we had someone trying to describe ADX Florence as some sort of fucking country club. They've got televisions and arts and crafts centers. He says reports from the Marshall Project are spot on, so I'll put that link in the chat. And that is the end of questioning by the defense. So we are waiting briefly for Claire Dobbins to, I don't know, pull out her briefcase made out of the skin of her enemies, open up her paperwork and get to the questioning. God damn it. Which one was I on? There we go. So let me pull up the Marshall report or Marshall Project report so I can stick that into chat, and I'll go around to the other platforms that we're on and drop this in to there as well. I don't even know who's it's okay. So that. And if you guys have any questions in the chat, go ahead and and throw them at us. Happy to answer any if I can. There and MCSC. I'm not getting notified from YouTube that Action for Assange or MCSC is live right now.
I didn't get the MCSC one.
My little side crawler thingy that shows the red on air icon when people are live streaming.
Yeah, no, they're censoring the hell out of it, I'm sure.
You can also go on other platforms like PeerTube and DTube, and
I'm actually setting up a PeerTube instance for us.
Okay, yeah. We need to also be on alternative.
We're on the Rockfin and we're on DLive. We tried Periscope and they so heavily censored us that they did. Streaming to Periscope is no longer an option for my account.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's a bit.
No, I'm a proponent of alternative media and stuff. So I've been hammering at them for a long time. I mean, even the webcam software we're using is free and open source stuff.
Yeah, Jitsi, and I think it's far superior too. There's a couple of like features that it's missing, like you can't blur a background and shit like that. But other than that, I will take a better encrypted platform over a blurred background any day.
On their main site, the blurring does work. I just have to get it turned on because I had it turned off because it was really broken when I turned it off. So, but I think it's improved by now, so we'll be able to have that feature soon.
So are we on YouTube now, or?
Yeah.
We are. Okay.
They just hardly ever show that we're live, but we stream to multiple channels at the same time.
I was going to say that because I've pressed the subscribe thing and I get the messages so late that the live's gone.
Yeah, that's
sometimes I won't get a notification for Action for Assange until like a day and a half later.
Yeah, maybe you should set up the notification, like, I don't know, the thing like much earlier, a day earlier or something, just to get around what they're doing, get around their censorship.
I've been telling people to subscribe to the DLive because they're actually good on the notifications.
Okay.
So if anyone's listening, get on DLive. You'll actually get notifications, even if you watch it on YouTube.
Yeah. But is it possible to be on all those other platforms at the same time?
Yeah, we are.
Oh, great. Yeah.
So yeah, no, we cover our bases as well as we can. It's hard to keep track of the chats, but other than that, we don't rely solely on YouTube for sure.
And can you get on platforms like Jimmy Dore's platform and because
he's actually on Rockfin now, which should actually help on adoption of that platform because he's just got a massive audience. So
yeah, he's very good on whatever he's done with about Julian. So
he mentions Assange damn near every time he's on. So
yeah. Well,
I'm fine.
I'd like to get George Galloway to mention Assange every time he's on Moats as well. He also mentions Julian often, but it'd be good to mention him every single time,
especially during the trial.
Yeah. Well, he's been very active in fighting for Julian for years. So I don't. I have great faith in what he can do. So hopefully he can just keep pushing his fight on Moats, which gets really great coverage worldwide.
So I'm gonna go to Mary Kostakidis right now, and go into some of Dobbins's cross. Let's see. Sickler refers to a report that claims only 3% of inmates suffer from mental health issues, which he says don't ring true. Refers to the Marshall report. Claire Dobbins asks if he only works for defense. Sickler says yes. I provide advice on sentencing and information to clients on how best to navigate the prison from the point of view of their safety to try to access health care. and I advocate for them when problems come up. I worked as a prison officer in 1979 and 1980. Dobbin says, has all your experience been in advocating for defendants? Sickler laughs. If you're suggesting I'm biased, so be it. Dobbin says you haven't had an inspector role, not an academic, and you don't examine all the prison records. Sickler says, I look at records every day. Dobbin says, you don't have access to special records. Sickler says, of course I do. I couldn't do my job if I didn't. Dobbin says, but online, respect, but online respect the people you represent. I don't understand what that means. She says, well, you aren't a doctor. And he says, no, but I look at all the medical reports. See, Dobbin, is a report on Assange a joint report with a psychiatrist? No. You have never represented anyone with SAMS, and the editorial note there is that there's horrible feedback. So hopefully the tech issues don't continue. Let me jump over to Assange's defense to see if they picked up anything. And the only addendum to the line of attack by Dobbin, and well, you're not a doctor. He said, no, but I relied on a medical doctor's assessment of Assange's records in providing my statement. There was a question in my chat from Bobby Foxglove. Today is not officially the last day in court, is it? No, it is not. This is the last week in testimony, and when they're talking about we don't have much time in court, what they mean is that there were a dozen defense witnesses slated to testify, yet there are only 4.5 or 4 1/3 days of testimony that can be given. So in order for them to fit in all of the defense witnesses, they're probably going to have to kick a few from testifying in person or on video, and it'll just be the defense team reading prepared statements, which is a disservice to this case. Not allowing all witness testimony, in my opinion, highlights what kind of a farce this has been up to this point. You're muted, Nikki.
Sorry, yes. As I said earlier, a kangaroo would have done a better job of this.
Yeah. Kangaroos not known for their impartiality, but certainly would have done a much, much better job. And look, like, we've had this conversation with a number of people, and it's the different takes on Bereitzer are fascinating to me, because we don't get to see everything that goes on in that courtroom, and we don't get to see the interplay during the recesses and breaks. And according to Tarek Haddad, there's a level of like cordiality that takes place between Mega Brain and Ed Fitzgerald and Vanessa Bereitzer. So I've like, we get so used to just thinking of the prosecution and the judge as these like non-feeling inhuman monsters, and it's possible that they're being moved on this. It's also very likely that she's going to rubber stamp extradition because that's what her background says, you know. But there's a slim chance, based on the sheer fact that the prosecution's entire case is constructed entirely out of runny shit, that it's going to collapse on them.
Yes, it's already collapsed on them. And I think Lewis has some problems with ethics, the ethics that a prosecutor has to abide by. And I'm not using the word ethics loosely. I'm using it in the way it's used legally, because one of the problems is that any normal, ordinary lawyer has certain duties. The first duty of a lawyer is to the court, must never lie or mislead the court, which he seems to have done quite clearly, at least with a razor blade, because as Craig Murray said on Randy Credico, he must have known about the razor blade. So he allowed evidence to, be led in court. He led evidence to the contrary. Now there's a huge problem with that. But apart from the normal, ordinary duty to the court that every lawyer has, he has a higher duty as a prosecutor. So if people can go and read that speech that was published, the speech made by the former Attorney General, they will see how many of his prosecutorial duties Lewis has breached. I am all for. Craig Murray said that he was going to complain to the Bar Council about Lewis, and I sincerely hope he does. Because
I think we're picking that up and running with it too, and we're going to turn it into a call to action.
Yeah, definitely. And apart from that, the other problem that I see from last week is what Kristen Crafson said about Baraitser taking into consideration the US election in relation to her ruling, irrespective of whether she took it into consideration only for timetabling her ruling. She took into consideration a political event. So Kristen Crafson is correct in saying that she admitted that this is a political trial by doing that. Now, I don't know if Fitzgerald lured her into this, and it doesn't matter whether Fitzgerald and Lewis, the two sides, agreed that the election would have an effect on the case. She, as an impartial, independent judge, should not have decided anything on the basis of when the election would take place, because it shouldn't be one of the considerations of a separate branch of power. Can you imagine if all courts decided to delay their rulings, depending on elections? Why would she even bite the bait for that one? Why would she?
Well, I'm glad she did, because the way that certainly cooler heads than mine have been viewing these past 3 weeks and going into this last one of testimony is that the defense is essentially laying the groundwork for their appeals case here. So if they can get her on record admitting to the political nature of this process, then in front of a different judge, they can be like, but look, she said, and we have it here, and this is the magistrate saying it.
Oh.
So it may be more for future leverage than anything else.
But an appeal could take another 5 years with in prison and still tortured. If he will, I don't think he will last that long. I mean, he should be out of there.
Not under the conditions he's currently in, not at all.
Even under any conditions, this man did nothing wrong. He did something totally heroic for the entire planet. He should not be in jail. So every extra second that he's in jail is totally barbaric. So I think that we shouldn't be resting on, this false kind of consolation prize that there will be an appeal. Yes, there probably will be. But, well, let's hope, because as I said, it's not an automatic right. There has to be a request for permission to appeal to the higher court, and the higher court has to grant that. And if the higher court is as bad as everything else we've seen, then we're in deep trouble. But I think that, we need to be pushing for this to go away politically as well. We need the Pinochet solution. With Pinochet, who was a mass murderer, murdered more than 40,000 people, Pinochet got to stay in an estate. So he was free in essence. And Jack Straw, the former Home Secretary, just got rid of it. So that's what we need. We need for the Home Secretary to get rid of this. And so that we can just finish up with all this bullshit, going to appeal another 5 years, possibly, maybe longer. I mean, this is exactly the Stratfor plan.
Yeah.
Just keep him away from the public. They don't care whether at some stage he'll be let off. by the time he's let off, he'll either be crazy, like there will be nothing between his ears left, or he'll be dead. So we need to deal with this urgently, and not think, oh, but we have an appeal that might happen. I think we need to deal with this on a daily basis as an urgent case.
Well, so I mean, I agree with that. I don't know what that looks like in terms of while the court is in session, other than gathering as many people outside of it as humanly possible to make some noise and continuing to pressure elected officials.
That's one way, but we can also get the people from Doctors for Assange and more doctors to come onto the political action of contacting the Home Secretary, Dominic Raab, and pushing for Dominic to get rid of this. We need the lawyers for Assange. We need journalists for Assange. Everyone who's taken solid action in this case from a political perspective needs to join in a bigger action that will be directed towards Boris Johnson and Dominic Raab, asking them to save face also. Actually, it's a good exit for them, because in the end they're going to get mud on their face in the end sometime down the track. So they can, get out of this themselves and save face by allowing, sorry, I can only think of the French phrase, porte de sortie, an exit door. So this can go away. This can go away quite quickly if Boris Johnson and Dominic Raab decide that the guy, they don't even have to say he was tortured. All they have to say is he's medically unfit for trial. Make this go away.
Rob's the Home Secretary? I thought that was Priti Patel.
Wasn't she?
Or is she Shadow Secretary or whatever it is?
Yeah, I don't know. They keep changing and shifting them. Anyway, I did an FOI to Dominic recently, asking for his ministerial briefs, and I did it on the What Do They Know, actually, so anyone can find it. Anyone can find the FOI I did towards the Home Secretary, and I asked for the ministerial briefs of all ministers dealing with Assange from 2010. We'll see where that goes. And in particular, Dominic Raab's brief. So we'll see what they say, if they are given out. And they should be, because there's a very strong public interest in this type of case.
Certainly.
Yeah.
So Dobbin is continuing to try and discredit Sickler. She's insinuated that Sickler described prison conditions as if he had firsthand experience. He rejects the idea that he's trying to, quote, pull a fast one over the court. She says he's basing his claims on hearsay. Again, this is a man who has over 40 years of experience working as a prison advocate. Dobbin recounting Kronberg's statement, again, explaining why Assange would be held in ADSEC, would be able to participate in programs with other inmates. Sickler agrees if Assange weren't subjected to SAMs. Sickler says, not sure what programs he'd want to avail himself up there, since they include a GED, and Julian is a grad master's level physics computer programming major. Dobbin says SAMs in Assange's case could only be imposed on the direction of the Attorney General, correct? Sickler says, without a doubt, yes. She says because the AG deems them necessary to prevent the disclosure of national security information. Sickler says that would be a reason, yes. I'm not sure why she's trying to go with that line of argument, Nikki, because Julian Assange has been held in pretty much complete and total isolation now for well over 530 days. It's not as if he's had access to any national security information, and certainly anything that he would be able to disclose would be years and years old and likely no longer relevant based on current technology. You know what I mean? I mean, off there, or like how is it possible that he still poses a risk to national security when everything that he'd been able to vet had been published?
By his very existence.
Yeah, but I mean, fuck, dude. Like, how can you make that argument? How can you make that argument legitimate?
Reading script. They keep talking about the script. There's a script. They read the script. It doesn't have to make sense. They're wasting time. They just want to make sure that they stall, waste time. This, this is one way. They already blew 2 days out of the court's time. They just want to make sure that as many witnesses for the defense are ousted as possible. So I don't think there's anything that Claire or Mega Brain can say, or Cerebral Brain. What was her nickname?
One of the most cerebral barristers.
Okay. So Mega Brain and Cerebral are going to put a new meaning to the definition of those words. I think they're just wasting time. Actually, there's no argument there. It's just there's nothing. What can one say? Can we really comment on bullshit? Yeah.
Well, I mean, their whole game is to distort the truth and obfuscate and deliver bullshit.
Yes. Hence, they are doing the opposite of what prosecutors are supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
There is a huge ethical problem with what they're doing in terms of ethics in the legal sense. If they're saying that evidence is hearsay, okay, well, get the documents in. If somebody is reading off documents or relying on other documents, it's true that it can be seen as hearsay, but not if those documents that they're reading off are tendered into evidence, if they are part of the court record. So if they want the problem for the defense is that they are limited in what evidence they can bring into the court record. So again, it's not a fair hearing.
No, but it does appear that Dobbin is successfully, at least at this stage in her cross, throwing enough mud into the mix to make Sickler's testimony less effective. She's got him to concede on a number of key points, not the least of which being that he is speculating on both prison conditions and speculating that Julian would be held under special administrative measures.
But he's not speculating if he's got wide experience with the prison, even if it's only looking at, thousands of medical records. He's not speculating when he's referring to documents or other witnesses that may have already been examined or cross-examined. In what ways is he speculating if he's referring to existing documents that can be tendered into evidence?
I mean, I agree. I'm just letting you know what's coming in across the screen here, and it is.
Yeah, what they seem to be doing is they try to discredit the witness or attack their credentials. They disallow any evidence, any solid evidence that could be tendered into court, and then they tell the witness that they're speculating. It really is a vicious cycle of it's catch-22. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. I mean, they have orchestrated the whole trial in such a way that evidence cannot reliably be established. And as they don't have any evidence of their own, apart from the Mickey Mouse evidence of saying that, these the courts and the prisons in the US are Disneyland, that's all they're doing. I mean, how can they establish what they're saying? you know, how do they prove that these prisons are Disneyland? You know,
Right, especially if all they have to go off of is the work of utter fiction prepared by Kronberg there.
yeah, who himself has, is an unreliable or a witness or somebody who should be discredited. But if the defense is limited in their cross-examination, how can they possibly establish that Kronberg is, a witness not to be relied on?
That's
There's
fair.
no, there's
I'm gonna
no,
go grab some water real quick. I will be right back.
sure, sure.
Where's Steve?
He went to get some water.
Oh.
Hmm. I think he's coming back soon.
Oh yeah, he's quick about it.
Yeah. Mm.
It's just now like 5 a.m. here too. It's really early.
Yeah, it must be really rough because you've been doing this for weeks now, getting up at ungodly hours and having
Yeah, it's
to,
tiring.
I've been on this for so long. Sometimes I stay up till 5 a.m. to, do research and read things, and I also suffer from lack of sleep, even though it's a normal afternoon hour, but I usually sleep very late, so I only get about 5 hours per day of sleep. I think a lot of us are in that situation
Yeah.
at the moment. Yeah. Okay, he's back. He's back.
I am.
I'll be right back, Steve.
We have one last new tweet from Assange defense. Dobbin is recounting the case of Wadi al-Hage. Huh?
Who's that?
Former Al-Qaeda member. Shit, where'd it go? And says even he isn't under SAMS. And Sickler asks, but what jail was he in? And Dobbin doesn't answer the question. Judge says it probably won't be answered, and lunch break.
Ah, well, how convenient.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that is quite convenient.
Mm. Well, I think, I don't know, the best part of last week anyway, for me, was that she took into account the US election. I thought, I can't believe she did this. Yeah. So,
Yeah, so rather than answer the question, what prison was this Al-Qaeda suspect in, Dobbin says, oh, look at the time. I don't want to get in the way of anyone's lunch break. Let's go ahead and pause here.
Well, maybe Craig should, also report her together with Mega Brain.
I mean, it's not out of bounds. It's not. She is the one who came up with the fake coronavirus scare and like threw her own husband under the bus in the process for it.
How can we prove that it was a fake scare?
Well, she ran into the courtroom saying that her husband or partner or whatever may or may not be exhibiting symptoms that may or may not be COVID.
But
and on the face of that alone, they shut down the trial for 2 days.
Yeah, I was going to say, but she could have gone on the link, right? She could have still continued her role as a prosecutor on video link. No?
Yeah, well, Mr. Megabrain was fucking filling his diaper over the fact that he couldn't directly look at a witness, and if he can't do that, then he can't do his job. And that was the same day that he had never made it back to his house and forgot his charger and was embarrassingly covered in cocaine and hooker blood, and was just really having a tough day. So because he was, having his game was off, they were successfully able to postpone this hearing. And after all of the technical difficulties at the beginning of the week, out of those first 5 days of testimony, we really only got 2 days in. And then we probably lost another day or day and a half with Khalid al-Masri not testifying and only being able to read a statement, and several technical problems throughout the second week. The tech problems.
Sorry. How often do we have technical problems when the defense is on, and how often do we have technical problems when the prosecutor is on?
I think both prosecution witnesses testified in person.
Oh,
I know Blackwood did.
mhm.
Nigel Blackwood,
Yeah.
which is a name that just sounds like this person's going to be a complete douchebag. Hello,
Yeah.
I'm Nigel Blackwood.
Yeah.
Okay, you're an ass, I can tell.
Yeah. Well, one of the good things that's come out of this is that the prosecution is doing extensive cross-examination, and the more they ask questions, the more they dig their own graves. So that's a good thing.
Yeah, the one thing that I'm hoping we get to hear again is a defense witness say, "Oh, I'm glad you asked me that," because that's been one of my favorite moments in this hearing so far. Like, show trial, sham trial, whatever, dude. There have been some fantastic moments where the curtain has been pulled back on the empire, and they have been exposed to be feckless fucking cowards.
Well, I worked as a prosecutor a long, long time ago in Australia. This is why I know a little bit about what the prosecutor does. He's supposed to do. He's
That was
supposed
pretty
to.
cheeky there, Nikki. It was. Well done.
Anyway, so where was I going? Sorry, my lack of sleep for different reasons, not because of time zones. Okay, lost it. Lost what I was saying. Anyway, one of the things that when I was a barrister, and then when I was a prosecutor towards the end of my Australian career, one thing I knew not to do is do not ask a question unless you know the answer, right? Now, they seem to be asking lots of questions when they don't know the answer. So it's a bit surprising for Mega Brain to be doing that. They don't ask the question too many. They seem to be breaching that little, secret rule. Don't ask the question too many. Anyway, the thing is that they're not worried because they know that the whole thing is set up. So they know they're going to win.
And
at least in that court, inside that forum, they know they're going to win. Now, I don't think they're winning in the court of public opinion. I really don't think they're winning that battle. But the court of public opinion has to really step it up. We have to step it up. We on the outside must, because if we don't do that, we're in deep shit. We're heading into, a Hitleric reality.
Well, and there's starting to be like the closest parallel you can draw to what's happening to Julian Assange right now, in my mind, is Nelson Mandela. And it took the better part of 30 years before the planet was ready to come together to take a stand for Nelson Mandela. And I'm hoping that because of the accelerations we've made in technology and with our ability to communicate to each other on encrypted platforms on social media, that it won't take the better part of 25, 27 years before people are like, oh, they done fucked up.
Well, let's remember also, Nelson Mandela was not under SAMS. He was not under, of course he had a horrible life and it was horrible what they did to him, but he wasn't in solitary confinement for, such extended periods of time.
Yeah.
And he wasn't. And one reason why we have the Nelson Mandela prison rules is because of Nelson Mandela.
Yeah.
Now, they are not legally binding in the UK, but the UK says that they apply them, I suppose, on a discretionary basis. But we have to remember why those Nelson Mandela prison rules came into being. And, they're not meant to be just paper. They are meant to be taken seriously. And they're not in the UK, at least not with so-called terrorists like, like Julian. He's category A prisoner. God knows how he got to be that, on what basis. I'm still waiting for the answer. On the basis of somebody who's not been convicted of anything serious.
Mm-hmm. Or violent.
Yeah. And even the conviction he has for bail skipping was a sham, and illegal as far as I'm concerned. That was Niels Meltzer explains how that was illegal because of the principle of non-refoulement, which I won't go into because it's technical. So yeah, the whole thing is floating on shit, really.
It really is. It's fascinating to me that we're even at this point, that the success of a decade-long smear campaign has made it to where there aren't tens of thousands of people surrounding the Old Bailey right now. The fact that the Old Bailey had to install a fucking glass cage for Julian Assange, a non-violent, uncharged, remand political prisoner, it just shows the depths of depravity of what, in my opinion, is an empire in full collapse. And I would include the UK as part of the US's collapsing empire, certainly with the Five Eyes Agreement. They've all just sort of become a homunculus of surveillance and illegal activity.
Yes,
Didn't think I was going to use the word homunculus this morning, let alone correctly.
It's amazing what that, in between sleep state can do to the brain. It's good. It can give it some, extra spark in ways one doesn't expect. So, yeah.
I had a roommate when I lived in Bloomington, Indiana, like 5.5 lifetimes ago, named Chris Rennie, who was in a band called Homunculus.
Mm.
And it was the first time that I had ever heard the word. So I became like half-ass fascinated with it. Yeah.
Well, I'll be honest. This is the first time I hear that word from you. I've never heard it before.
Really?
It's okay. I don't know all the hundreds and thousands of words in the dictionary. Nobody knows every single word that has come into existence. So I'm not ashamed to say I've never heard the word homunculus.
Man, you pulled that one out of nowhere.
Yeah, it doesn't really exist.
Well, it's like it's and I dropped it because of Lewis's stature, like his physical stature, but a homunculus is supposed to be like a very small artificial human being, and it's an amalgamation of other very small and artificial creatures.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's a good word.
This is this is what sleep deprivation looks like.
So yeah, so how do we get the masses to react? This is our problem. How do we effectively take our message to the masses and counter all the massive censorship that we have to deal with? And how do we get them to understand that the war is against them and that they must maybe not react in their millions, but at least in their thousands? It's beyond me that people do not understand where this is going and how, how silence will make it worse for them. Is it because people are not aware of history? I don't know.
So there's an essay that I cite frequently, both on the vigils and on Slow News Day, and it's called Three Cheers for Socialism. It's written by a Christian socialist whose name I can't remember right at the moment. I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
But there are, and I don't agree with everything in the essay, certainly, but there are some inarguable points that are made. One of which is Americans, as a rule, don't know our own history. Good morning.
Hi.
Hey, Kendra.
Hi guys, how are
Hi,
you?
Kendra. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Been awake long enough to look a little less sleepy, but sound no less delirious. Yeah. This hour of the broadcast will be brought to you by Steve's self-deprecation. Available online and in stores everywhere. I know you've only been up for like 45 minutes or so, but you've been able to take a look at what's gone on up into the lunch break yet?
A little bit. Where are you guys at right now?
Well, the court is on a break, so we're basically just bullshitting while they do that. But we've been discussing some of the cross-examination tactics of I'm gonna run with Cruella de Vil's niece, Claire Dobbin.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you see the picture of Claire Dobbin?
I did not.
Let me go find it. Because it's you know how they say a picture's worth 1,000 words?
Okay.
There's easily 1,000 words. Most of them are the same word though, just over and over and over again. God damn it, where did this thing go? I don't have the picture, Andrew does, so I've got to figure out where he put it.
There is one thing that I saw. I'm sure you guys have already talked about it, but it was on the Assange defense, and I think it was Lewis, and he said, will he not have I don't really honestly know, phalanx of lawyers looking out for him? And he said, I don't know. If he did, wouldn't they be able to make the minutest criticism of every detail of the conditions? I just thought that was so rich, given the situation that Assange has been in the UK, where any criticism that was made, it was, oh no, that's the prison's fault. Oh no, that's the judge's responsibility. Oh, I mean, it's just, even in the situation that he's in now, you can see it. It doesn't matter at all. I don't know. That just struck me earlier when I was like, I had to bring that up.
And it's so far removed from fucking reality.
Yeah.
It's just like that's not the way.
Oh,
our
let's
prison
go with
system works.
this. This is even more fucking frightening. My God. I'm sorry to do this to everyone this early. Here is Claire Dobbin.
She killing some puppies.
That is absolutely the face of. Is the full screen one up yet, or do I have to? Should be.
It's a lot of Claires right now.
Multi-Claire.
We're multi-Claired.
Okay, let me bring it back to the full screen one with the quote, because the quote includes another like almost Mega Brain reference. Oh no, not that one. The one that Andrew had was
click the little
cerebral barrister.
Yeah,
look at those fucking crazy eyes, dude.
If you click the little circles on the carousel, you'll get to the brain one.
What is a silk? I don't understand that.
A silk is a QC.
Ah.
A silk, because they
There it
wear
is.
silk robes. That's where it comes from. But I think is she QC? She's not. Is she a QC? I don't know.
It doesn't say QC.
Not
It just
yet.
says barrister.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway, a silk, when they talk about QCs, refers to them wearing silk robes instead of the other cotton robes.
Okay.
Oh, why she's not a silk, I don't understand.
Okay, so she must be a QC. They're saying, oh, why she's not a, so she's not a QC. Why she's
Right.
not a silk, meaning why she's not a QC.
Okay.
Yeah.
Man, there's some. I mean, I understand that we have our own inventive nicknames for lawyer, but those are mostly like scumfuck and bottom feeder and. Yeah, those are some fucking crazy eyes, dude. I can't imagine being on the witness stand and having fucking Cruella DeVille's niece coming at me with them fucking baby blues, just like, I'm going to eat your soul. Like, yeah.
Well, I saw that she had, I mean, I'm trying to catch up pretty quickly, but I had seen that she had, accused him of, I mean, basically attempting to mislead the court, correct?
Yeah.
I mean,
Who did she accuse of attempting to mislead the court?
Stickler, the last witness,
All
because
right.
Megabrain had cross on Ellis, the first witness this morning,
Right.
and Bobbin took cross on Stickler.
Well, so it's good that they're aware of their own duty of misleading, of not misleading the court. So it's not something that escapes them. Okay.
I am jealous of the size of that coffee cup.
this one, yeah. It's great. Highly necessary.
It's like a 15-minute process for me to make coffee, but if the two of you don't mind, I would like to go do that, and you can.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
I'll at least start my kettle and whatnot. Oh, good morning, Rob. It's good to see you.
Is Rob on chat?
Rob's in the chat now. Yeah.
Hey, Rob.
Where is he? Oh, because I can't see the chat.
He's just in the chat. Yeah. Rob Juno is one of our longest supporters, and was actually got to pop in. I had a moderator chat during my show yesterday, and he popped on for a moment, and he's a fucking wizard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Giving Ray McGovern a run for his beard.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I saw that because I watched your vigil yesterday. So,
yeah. Well, thank you.
Yeah. Well, I watched most of the vigils, so.
All right. I'll be as right back as possible.
Mm-hmm. So Kendra, what else did you catch in the tweets, either of last week or today?
I'm trying to catch up on today. I know that I haven't looked I was happy to hear today. One thing I did see is that they they are going to keep private a lot of his medical and so to me, I was happy to hear that. I think that's obviously what he would prefer and his family, and I don't. And so I thought that was good news today.
Yeah, of course, because I mean, why would you bring out somebody's entire medical history? How is that relevant to this extradition? So yeah. Oh well, that's good.
Yeah, so that I was happy to hear that, and then I'm a little bit, I'm not too caught up on today, but from what I was reading, it was again, there were, we have expert people who have actually been to the prison and have real experiences there. And then I know I caught one questioning saying, well, you haven't interviewed the warden, have you? And you haven't interviewed this person. And it made me it's not funny, but it made me laugh
Yeah.
a little bit, because if it were the other way around and he had, interviewed people, no doubt the questioning would have been, well, you have no firsthand experience. This is all hearsay, or this is, you know what I mean? So it's just,
Yeah, but
that-
if you're in a max security prison and you see what you see, why do you need to interview the warden about what? I mean, I think that the situation with the razor blade, I think they got a copy of the what was it? Anyway, Julian was punished for that razor blade that Lewis was trying to say didn't exist, when Lewis must have known the razor blade existed, because
yes,
it was left out of all medical records. But there was, unfortunately for them, there was a record of the razor blade. At least when he was punished for it, he was put into solitary confinement when the razor blade was discovered by 2 guards. So they do have a record of the razor blade, and they led evidence to the contrary. There's a problem with that. There's a problem when a prosecutor who's supposed to be neutral and who's supposed to be bringing to the court's attention any evidence that is in favor of the defendant, because a prosecutor has different duties to the court than a normal ordinary lawyer in a civil action, for example. So there's a problem with them knowing about the razor blade and leading evidence to the contrary.
exactly. I was trying to find that blog with from Craig Murray, because I know we had sent some things back and forward on that, and I thought that was same thing that caught my eye huge, because he had said that that's actually grounds to write a complaint, right?
Yeah, he said he will report him to the bar council. Yes, he could, if the bar council takes this seriously, he could potentially be disbarred, because this is misleading the court. I mean, this is a serious ethical offence. If you have evidence, if you know of particular evidence, and you lead evidence to the contrary, there's a problem with that, because lawyers also have ethical duties. They have the first duties to the court, to not lie to the court, not mislead the court. That's their first duty. A prosecutor has even more duties to the court, because he's not in a position of an ordinary lawyer in an adversarial role. It's not a civil action. It's a criminal action. So a prosecutor has greater duties to the court, and Megabrain has forgotten them, I think. So I think Craig Murray should definitely report him to the Bar Council, yes. If not on other incidents, definitely on the razor blade incident.
Yeah, and what else was I going to say on that? I thought that he had said in that blog too, and that's why I was trying to find it, because I thought there was something also involving Judge Baratzer that had to do with that situation that was off as well, and I couldn't remember exactly what that is. I'll look.
Yeah.
But then also with the razor blade in there, what I was just thinking, what an excellent job the defense did that they had that piece of paper available. Could you imagine if they didn't have that report from do you know what I mean? I was wondering.
No, well, it would have been their job to get as many of the administrative documents from the prison as they could, right?
Right.
I did an FOI on prison records ages ago and have not been answered, so I will have to go to the ICO. The ICO is the authority above how do I explain? Okay, the ICO is the Information Commissioner. So when you do an FOI and it's not answered, then you go to the ICO and you say, well, I did this FOI. They were supposed to answer me within 20 days and they haven't. And then the ICO takes over and, slaps them on the wrist or does whatever they do. Now, I did that with the Crown Prosecution Service because I filed an FOI request with the UK Crown Prosecution Service 3 months ago. I sent 3 emails and they can't find them. So I went to the ICO and I said, well, okay, 3 months ago, they're really out of time. They won't even acknowledge a receipt. So I'm reporting them. The ICO got back to me saying, we've contacted them. No, they asked me for proof of sending the request. I sent the proof. They accepted that as clear proof that I sent in the request. Then they got back to me and they said, well, we told the Crown Prosecution Service to answer you by Friday the 25th. The response that I got from the Crown Prosecution Service is laughable because they want more time because they still can't find my emails. So I said to them, I said, well, this is a problem from an authority that destroyed thousands of emails, because let's not forget, this is the same authority that destroyed thousands of emails in the Assange case. So I said, on top of destroying all those emails, now you can't find my 3 emails. So I said, no, I don't want you to have extra time. I want you to answer this immediately, urgently, because I said no reasonable objective observer would believe your story. Then I wrote to the ICO saying, please, I said, I find this grossly unsatisfactory as a response, and I want you to take the necessary steps. So let's see what the ICO does. But this is it's unbelievable. I mean, they don't even put an effort into lying. They don't. I've never seen anything like it in my life, ever. So the Crown Prosecution Authority from the UK. Look, in any case, we have a lot. We have a lot already because we got a lot of the documents from the Swedes. So whatever they're trying to hide, we'll see what they're trying to hide. But yeah, the FOI to the Crown Prosecution Authority actually asks them to look for the deleted records, because anything you put on a computer can be found. Nothing is permanently, forever removed. So that FOI actually asks them to go through, to use the technological tools that are available to get deleted emails, even if they're permanently deleted.
Do you think that just even the fact that that these emails are missing and we're unable to get these requests and that you've had these issues, do you think that could have any bearing on, if this did go into appeal or something, just even that that not able to get evidence that they're requesting? Not
Well,
that
it shows
you are, but you know what I mean? I'm just
well, possibly, yes, potentially, yes. It shows, if nothing else, it shows the bad faith of the Crown Prosecution Service. It shows that they're still covering up for something.
right.
Because of all the emails that they receive, I sent the emails to a valid address. The ICO agreed that I produced clear proof of sending 3 emails to the correct valid address. Okay. And the only thing they could say to me is that they still can't find my emails. How is that possible? So I said to them, well, I said, well, what kind of processes are you using? What's going on in this department that has difficulty doing anything properly when it relates to Julian Assange? I mean, they're going to have to answer that. When we're not in a third world country that has no technology, we are in a country that can build high-speed trains and bombs, that sells bombs all the time.
Yeah, if we can crank out missile guidance systems, we can probably handle the other thing.
We can probably handle emails, right?
You would hope.
Anyway, so it's they are making they're making a joke out of everything that involves their judicial system. They're trashing it. They are trashing their own judicial system in front of the eyes of the whole world.
And have been doing so over Julian Assange for a decade. Like, I mean, the ways in which everything about UK, US, Ecuadorian, Swedish, international law, and the Convention on Human Rights have just been shredded over one man and one outlet. Like, that speaks to just how feebly built these empires are and the amount of fear that it takes to try and sustain them, both on the part of fear mongering the public and the amount of fear that these fucking demons live with every single day. If they're this afraid of documents, you know, they're this fucking frightened by paperwork because the paperwork exposes the horrific shit that all of these governments do in our names.
Well, yeah. Well, maybe we'll get somebody to leak to leak the CPS documents. Who knows? Somebody might get a conscience in there and do that. Anyway, as I said, we've managed to get thousands of documents from the Swedish prosecution authority. So whatever the UK prosecution service is hiding may come out from the other end anyway.
Is that a hard process to request those documents? And
No, you don't have to be a lawyer to request those documents. You're asking for factual information. I mean, obviously, if the request is unclear, or or if it's vexatious, frivolous, etc., they don't have to respond to it. But if people want to get administrative documents, they will be asked to pay a fee because there's a fee that's attached to it. But if you wanted certain administrative documents, you could just ask for them. You don't even have to necessarily say that it's an FOI request. You write to the information officer or the data officer in the particular service that or department that you want to refer your request to, and you say, I want this. I don't know. I want like a recent FOI that we did about his prison conditions. Basically says we want information as to why Julian was categorized as a category A prisoner from the start, from the beginning, before the indictment was slapped on him. So
right.
How do you categorize somebody as a category A prisoner, stick him in a max prison before the US indictment is slapped on him? Unsealed. I mean, it was sealed, but before it was unsealed. You know what I mean?
Right.
So earlier this morning, Kendra, Nikki sent me a link to a website called whatdotheyknow.com, and it walks you through the process.
Oh,
I'll send that over to the Denver account.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay.
And it's made public. So your FOI request is put up on this site and it's public. So anyone can see what it is you're requesting. So it's also a way of educating the public, as to the questions they should be asking, if not to an authority in their minds, they should be asking questions about how, for example, how did this man who is arrested for skipping bail get automatically thrown into a max prison before the unsealing of a US indictment?
I'm so glad the other day when we were on that you brought up Pinochet, because that's really been just sticking in my head through this whole thing about another thing of just like how blatantly, hypocritical they are depending on what the situation is. I mean, just really like putting that internally, like, my goodness, thousands and thousands and thousands of people dead. And, he's on house arrest waiting.
Yeah, but Pinochet was put in place by who attacked, who shot, who killed Allende, and who made sure that he was replaced by Pinochet, and who kept Pinochet and the Chicago boys, who kept them in power, and who had an interest in making sure that Pinochet doesn't squeal about those behind him. So yeah, I mean, he was loved by Thatcher, and he was loved by the ruling class in the empire. So he was protected, and even though there were more sham trials in his favor in the end, well, at least they did a better job of making it look like a real trial back then, as if they were really attacking him, whilst he lived happily on a plush estate but yeah, it's a solution that I think should be taken up by the Johnson government. It really will save them a lot of grief and strife and aggravation in the long run. I mean, in any case, the Boris government is in deep shit for so many other things. You know, I'm not even sure that he's going to last long. Doesn't look like he'll last long. I think they'll get him out of the way. So he could at least do one brave thing and push for Julian to be released on at least on the basis of him being medically unfit for trial or being too ill to be extradited or whatever they want to find on medical grounds. It gives them a good exit from this entire mess.
Not that anyone cares, but I forewent coffee and switched to tea so it would be faster.
Oh, you could have coffee, Steve.
No, I even like I was steeping it like out here just to speed up the whole whatnot. I drink this really intense tea called Lapsang Saoshong, and it's basically like they dry the leaves over like pine needles, and so it tastes like forest floor, kinda. Like it's really intense. But if you get a chance, Kendra, go to the Dushanbe Tea House in Boulder and order up a cambric of Lapsang Saoshong.
I had heard that might have closed, but I
Really
will,
good because fuck Lenny Martinelli. But
great. It was a great tea house though. But one thing I wanted to go back to that you were talking about with just like how are they so afraid of some documents? And I think that's like, I mean, really inadvertently in some ways by going after WikiLeaks so much. It's like, well, there you go. Everybody knows now where the treasure trove is, and that's exactly what this is about. They've shown that that's all the empire, that's what they're hanging on, is these information sources, these false information sources and what the public's thinking. And that was, I mean, it's just, there's such a big fight involved in this, for so many things, for our information, now for due process. I mean, for how innocent people are treated. I mean, these innocent the eyes of the law, that's what just gets me the most. And I just, and here's somebody that's well known. Imagine how many people right now that we just don't even know about are suffering in this system.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. It's it's unthinkable what's happening. But look, when people are covering up something, we can draw inferences that what they're covering up is not in their favor.
Wow.
So if the Crown Prosecution Service accidentally deleted thousands of emails, we can infer that they didn't have an interest in finding the accidentally deleted emails.
Yes.
Yeah. So, and what does that mean? We just have to keep asking all the questions, and we have to look at the role of Keir Starmer, the current Labour leader, who was the director of the CPS at the time that the whole conspiracy was happening with the Swedish Prosecution Authority. And then we have to look at Niels Meltzer's reports because, for example, if you read his last letter to, I think it was his last letter to one of the letters to the Swedes, where he asks about a possible secret server for the emails, not an official server handling the email exchange between the Swedes and the UK public servants. So I'm interested in looking further into whether there was also a secret server for other emails that we don't know about. In any case, we have enough to know that there was a conspiracy between the UK Crown Prosecution Server under Keir Starmer at the time of Keir Starmer's directorships, irrespective of whether they've got a little Fall Guy set up or close. forecloses the name that keeps going around because they're trying to keep the other name out of the picture. But the person who is responsible for what happens in their service is the head, and the head was Keir Starmer. So people have to look further into what Keir Starmer's real role was and is right now. So it'll come out. I mean, these things, the truth about these kinds of things, especially with today's technology, will come out inevitably. It will come out. The thing is for it to come out sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I mean, it took almost, according to Ellsberg, he wasn't rehabilitated in the press until Julian's trial. Like, it went from the 80s to damn near 2020 before people were willing to even consider him like the hero that he actually is. And the amount of, persecution and suffering that he had to go through for nearly 40 years because of releasing the Panama Papers is that, like, that's something that I just flat the fuck out won't accept for Julian Assange. I won't, like.
Well, it won't happen in the same way because information goes faster today than it did back then. I mean, yes. So the good things about this kangaroo trial is that justice is being done to some other people, in respect of people like Ellsberg. Interestingly enough, Bob Woodward, is that his name, right?
Yeah, Bob Woodward, yeah.
Yeah, another brave man, The I will shut the fuck up now because it'll keep me safe. Yeah. Anyway, so sadly, people who may have been attributed with heroic acts in the past, even though the real hero there was Ellsberg, right? The real heroes in all of this are the whistleblowers.
Yes.
For some reason, they're forgotten. They're kind of, still forgotten because they are treated as the ones who committed the crime. They never committed a crime. It is never a crime to expose crimes. Never. And this is said by top international lawyers, also like Alfred Desires, Niels Meltzer. It is not a crime to expose crimes, irrespective of who commits the crime. When they keep saying nobody is above the law, fine. Neither are presidents or queens and bishops. They are not above the law either. So,
and there's no law.
Yeah.
No law.
Yeah, exactly.
For us,
Yeah, exactly. The law is for us. That's right.
I feel like you got quieter, Kendra.
Oh, did I? That's unfortunate because
I know, that's why I'm mentioning it.
But I haven't touched anything, so that's
wow.
unfortunate.
Okay. Do I need to mail you the tripod that I have?
Possibly, yeah. I don't know. No, most of my technical things are operator error. That's why I, largely could never tell if Twitter is messing with me or anything like
that. My kid just found my tripod yesterday.
Nice.
So he disappeared it after I got back from DC in January. Or no, prior to that. Like, I fucking raced out and bought one because I was going to San Francisco for an Assange event, and I had it there. And then, like, that same day that I came home, at the time, my 7-year-old was like, "Ooh, that's neat. I'll take it," and yarded out. and just yesterday he came back up with it, and I'm not using it. So if it will help on your end, I will stick that in the mail along with the 2020 as a middle finger patch.
Oh, that would be a nice care package. I'm getting one from Paula with the she got all those great ribbons for the yellow ribbons for Assange, which that will be. Denver's getting some nice care packages from Team Assange. We are happy about that.
F Press about 15 minutes ago uploaded today's statement by Kristen Hraupson, and we have that. So we got about 10 minutes left on the lunch break, and this is about a 5 or 6 minute statement. So it's queued up and ready to play.
All right, make sure everybody mutes so it doesn't.
Yeah, everybody mute so it doesn't echo like a motherfucker.
This morning in court we heard a testament from two experts from the United States who are testifying about the conditions that Julian Assange will face when incarcerated if he's extradited to the other side, both in pre-trial in Alexandria and in all probability in a supermax prison in Colorado if and when he is sentenced. It was not easy to listen to that. It basically brought back memories about those individuals that we cared about who have actually been incarcerated there in Alexandria and Virginia, and I'm talking about Chelsea Manning. She, of course, was for a very long time held in conditions which were found by the United Nations experts as tantamount to torture. And when you listen to analysis of how these conditions are in Alexandria and Virginia, a jail cell that is 15 square feet, it is about the size of a parking lot, the witness said, and you are held in isolation, and which means basically that you have to spend at least 22 hours every day in the cell. You have no opportunity or possibility to communicate with anybody else. Everything is soundproof. There are steel doors, no windows you can open. So you spend time in the cell almost the entire day, and the hour plus hour you are let outside. They make certain that you don't have any contact with other inmates. To think about these conditions for anybody in pre-trial for possibly up to 2 or 3 years, because everybody admits that it will take a long time to prepare his trial, is just a horrible thought. And if he's sentenced to lengthy sentence or be sent to supermax prison, he can also expect to spend decades even in solitary confinement. It is not unusual, and this is what one can expect. This, of course, underlies this inhumane situation, underlies that it is to be impossible to send anyone over there, especially an individual like Julian Assange, who has committed no crime, but that one of committing journalism.
Kristen, just a follow-up. It seemed like the prosecution was using Kronberg's statements as almost painting these prisons like you were on a holiday at Mar-a-Lago or something.
Yes, it is interesting to hear again and again that the testimonies and the affidavits of Kronberg are being used as an expert testimony of on what awaits Julian, and it is basically a picture painted there of almost like a holiday resort instead of a maximum security prison. What is extraordinary as well is that this individual is not called as a witness. He is not appearing in this court in person. So Julian's lawyers have no way of countering his testimony in cross-examination. That is extraordinary because we are hearing more and more evidence that his affidavits are simply wrong, fabrications of facts. And before last week actually, Julian's lawyers attempted to place into evidence witness statements that directly counteract some of the elements that are persistently coming out and being cited in Kronberg's affidavits. But that opportunity was denied by Judge Barretson. So this is one more example of the imbalance and how wrongfully Julian and Julian's interests are treated in this court.
And they talked about, indefinite amount of time in solitary confinement and with no communication to the outside world.
Yes, that is a real possibility, especially because of the nature of political nature of the persecution Julian is under. You can expect that to happen, and it is not uncommon that that prisoners spend decades in solitary confinement without any access to other people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well done, Kristen. Give that round of applause, everybody.
All right, you're back.
So, WikiLeaks editor-in-chief Kristen Rompson, who, by the way, like if F-Press is going to be getting these up every day this week, like during the lunch break, then we'll absolutely make an effort to roll them while there's a lull in court, because his statements every single day have been incredibly powerful and well worth everybody checking out. And again, I mean, the notion that you would put a man under these draconian, in my mind, completely illegal special administrative measures for not committing a single solitary act of violence, not putting anyone in harm's way, as has been proven both throughout the course of this trial and Chelsea Manning's court-martial, but for merely publishing accurate information about world governments and corporations. That should have you fucking livid. I don't really have anything to add on top of that.
You're muted, Kendra.
Thanks, John. I was just going to say that's more of the process is the punishment. That's what this whole thing. I mean, even just what he's in right now, he's already in solitary confinement. I mean, these are horrible conditions, and this is what we do now, apparently, with innocent people, while they wait for trial. This is how we treat innocent people,
Well, and they've gone out of their way to further diminish Julian's physical and mental health by denying him bail, denying him compassionate release, denying him the ability to communicate with his attorneys, gluing the fucking keys on his keyboard down after they finally gave him a computer to work on, limiting the number of radio stations he's allowed to listen to like 2 or 3. It's the punishment is the process. Like, Julian couldn't have hit the nail on the head any better, and that was years ago when he described it that way. And there's my regular alarm for when I would be waking up, were I not killing myself every day doing this court coverage. I'm really not killing myself doing the court coverage, but holy fuck, does it start to hurt around fucking 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Oh man, like after the 75th bag of concrete or the 9,000th time I've picked up 120 pounds stick of lumber or something like that, like I'm like, fuck, I've been awake for way too long.
Fun times.
Well, you know what, man? If other people were doing it, we wouldn't have to.
True.
Well, when history calls, you have to answer. So we're here.
That's fair.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's been the whole That's this whole situation. I was thinking too, just with what we've just heard, I think one of the challenges we face even in the US is changing that mindset there. A lot of times I feel like people hear that somebody's going to be under those type of conditions or something, and it's like, oh, well, what did they do? Or even like, I mean, quite frankly, even just flat out assassinating Osama bin Laden without any sort of court case or, what I mean, trial or, it's just like this thing is, I don't want to say progressed, but regressed into a sense of where we've like almost forgotten what law is for, or why
the propaganda machine. The propaganda machine in the empire has done an excellent job, and it's being done not just in the classical ways. It's being done through education. They get them early. They get the kids first, and the last 20 years of propaganda, we've got adults that cannot think outside propaganda.
Yeah, it's a feeling of like, from World War II, that there was this whole thing going on in the public, and then in the back rooms, people are like, okay, well, now we've learned some valuable lessons here. I don't know. It's what it feels like.
Yeah, well, we haven't really learned much, unfortunately, and those of us who have are not allowed to pass on the message or the lesson. So, how do we get around all the obstacles and at least have all of the alternative media on our side? If all of the alternative media was reporting, we would counteract the problem with the mainstream media. A lot of people have no confidence in the mainstream media anyway. It's not so difficult to take the game away from them, but we do need more of the alternative media on board. And I don't know why we don't have more of the alternative media on board.
I don't either. I mean, even when Assange was first arrested, I was like, it was just gut punches of people that I had, followed and things like, that I thought were really out there promoting the truth and wanting to, and then it was just like such a wake up call. I mean, I'm grateful for it, but at the same time, it was just, wow, just such disappointment. What do you have to lose? In fact, you're going to lose everything. So you better like say something now, especially for independent media. They really are the ones who stand to suffer from this the most.
Yeah.
As we come back into the hearing, we've got Claire Dobbin about to continue the cross examination of Sickler again. Go ahead.
And I was just going to say, if you're following a couple threads, I could follow some other ones as well if you want.
So the tabs that I have open for this are Gustola's Assange defense, Mary Kostakidis, Mo, and then we'll either check CN Live or check Juan Passarelli. Andrew had a couple of different ones open too.
Okay, that's usually the ones that I'm following as well.
We had a question in the chat, Nikki. You may be able to speak to it. I don't know, but and I'm going to email Dan Ellsberg and ask him too, because he's spoken about the U.S. classification system very, very eloquently and knowledgeably. But there's an executive order that was signed in 2009. It's EO 13526, and it forbids the secret classification of evidence of crimes. So the question was, why aren't the defense highlighting this? I think I have an answer, but I would like to hear yours.
Well, I'm not sure if they're not high. We're not getting everything from the court. We're getting snippets of information. I'm sure that they have, or at least in the skeleton arguments or the full arguments, they must have. I would be really shocked and surprised if they haven't brought that up. This is true, yes. There is an executive order from Obama that you can. But even if Obama hadn't put out an executive order, this is law. You cannot classify crimes. You cannot cover up a crime through a legal process. It's invalid. So, what can I say more about that? That you accept to stress that you cannot protect a crime using a legal process. In any case, most of the stuff that was leaked didn't have, it was either not classified or didn't have top classification. And in any case, it wasn't hacked. I mean, that's come out through the evidence. It wasn't hacked because Chelsea had full access to all that information, didn't need a password to hack into anything. There was no hacking. It was a leak. You had full access.
That's my understanding too, is that the stuff that in the Manning, like the entire Iraq war logs, the entire Afghan war logs, collateral murder itself, which I realize isn't a part of this trial, but Cablegate, the Gitmo files, all of these things were lying around with the lowest or second lowest level of classification. And in fact, it wasn't just Chelsea Manning that had access to this material. At her rank, around 100 or 120,000 other active duty members of the military had access to that military. At her rank, there were tens of thousands of more officers with a superior rank that had access to this material too. So given the fact that the level of classification it received, I think that might be why they're not trying to make hay out of it. But as Nikki said too, we're not getting full transcript testimony, and we don't have access to the live audio feed. So it's possible they have mentioned it, but
I don't think it's even if they haven't mentioned it, it's not the crux of their case. The crux of their case is that you cannot protect crimes, especially war crimes, by classifying them. And apart from that, sorry, my brain is slowed down.
No, I get it.
Anyway, so yeah, no, the law is clear on that. You cannot use the law to cover up crimes. Oh, I was going to say, apart from that, from the 120,000 people that had access to these crimes, the only one who followed the law was Chelsea Manning. Chelsea Manning not only did not break the law, she totally abided by the law, because even the US military code says that even the president should not be obeyed. The president should be disobeyed when giving illegal orders. When the president gives orders, or anybody else under the president gives orders for war crimes to be committed, he must be disobeyed. This is within the US law as well. So Chelsea Manning actually did the most legal thing to be done. It wasn't just ethically and morally commendable. Chelsea actually did follow the law, international law and domestic law. She did the right thing by exposing war crimes. We know we have to keep bringing into focus what we're talking about. We're talking about war crimes. And a journalist is being persecuted for years for exposing what a whistleblower gave over to him about war crimes. So people have to we have to bring people back to what this is really about all the time. It's being forgotten and it's being, muddled in. The only way the US government and the UK government can get away with this is by confusing the minds of everybody, whether they do it through twisting language or placing a weird emphasis on whatever parts of the evidence they want. It's very interesting that Kronberg is not being called for a cross-examination. What weight can his evidence possibly have if it's not allowed to be tested? You have to be able to test the evidence that somebody gives. So as far as I'm concerned, his evidence is worth SHIT. So yeah, as I said earlier, and I keep saying, a kangaroo would have done such a better job. Really get the kangaroo in. Let's replace Berater with the kangaroo, a real live one.
Right. Good.
Yeah.
Months and months ago, it might have even been last year, but I found a great illustration of kangaroos wearing the robes and the wigs and whatnot, and I put it up on Twitter, and I'm pretty sure Christine Assange retweeted that one. So it was like a rare glimpse inside the Crown Court. It was right before a case management hearing or something like that. But I mean, you're right, dude. It's so fucking painful to know ahead of time that we're not dealing with honest actors or an impartial judiciary or anything that resembles a legitimate process. But it's because they've gone out of their way over the past, solid century almost to delegitimize the process that they would then turn around and brag about and hold up as like the bastion of freedom and democracy in the world.
Yeah, I mean, it's not new. This has been done before, with other so-called terrorists, like the Irish people that I think Gareth Peirce represented. The Irish so-called terrorists that were arrested and tortured in UK prison. The UK has done this many times before, but with this particular case, they're not putting much of an effort in hiding the corruption. And if I may, every now and then repeat the Wise Up action to try and get Arbuthnot removed. I think it's a very important part of the action that we as the public can take. So we have sent an open letter to Lord Buckland. Kendra, are you aware of that? The open letter that we sent to Lord Buckland to remove Arbuthnot for judicial misconduct. So we are gathering signatures and comments. It's not just a petition. It gives the public an opportunity to comment on the open letter and on the case. And it's on the Wise Up Action site. So if people Google Wise Up Action and open letter to Lord Buckland, they'll be able to read the letter and the complaint that was filed with the JCIO. And read it, comment, sign. It's a very important action that goes to the root of the problem, considering that Arbuthnot is one of the main players in the torture. So she is conflicted seriously, and the complaint uses the evidence produced by Matt Kennard and Mark Curtis, brilliant investigative journalists. Perhaps the public might want to go and read. They've got 6 investigative pieces already about the whole trial, and they expose Arbuthnot, they expose the previous Home Secretary, Sajid David. All these people have conflicts of interest, major conflicts of interest. Who else? Keir Starmer. These, so the whole upper crust, the creme de la creme is involved in the scummery. And I think they're coming out with another investigative piece this week. So everyone should be following Matt Kennard and Mark Curtis regarding the Julian Assange trial and case in general.
I was just trying to find this letter on Wise Up, and I want to say you guys had put that out. This was a little bit ago, right? I want to say when it was first done that we had I thought
Yeah.
that we signed on to it, but that's, that's a good reminder that we need to be pushing that for people to look at.
Yeah. Well, it gives a lot of information about the conflicts of interest of Arbuthnot.
Right.
There are others with conflicts of interest and strange ties to intelligence, US and UK intelligence. But this particular complaint is only about Arbuthnot, who is, her tentacles go everywhere. Her son and her husband are involved with MIC, CIA, MI6, the whole the whole caboodle. So I think it's an important action for the public to join into. Because they're doing much more than just putting a signature. They get the opportunity to comment, and some of the comments are very interesting. And I think one of the Julian Assange supporters outside the court is reading out some of the comments that have been placed underneath that letter. And I think that to date, there's been no response from the JCIO on this particular complaint. So I'll have to check that.
So we've got a handful of tweets from Mary Kostakidis. She is the only person's account that I've looked at that has these updates. So this is picking up on the cross-examination, Dobbins cross-examination of Sickler. El-Haj, one of bin Laden's closest associates, was permitted a cellmate. Sickler says, if you say so, I don't know the case. Dobbin, are people under Sam's pretrial permitted to see family? Only immediate family. Dobbin says a judge visited Abu Hamza herself and met with medical staff. Sickler says very rarely. Dobbin, people subject to SAMS have the same access to their lawyers. Sickler asks for clarification as to whether that's at ADX Florence. She says pretrial. He says yes, but via video, and there are COVID restrictions also. Dobbin says under SAMS, you say Julian's lawyers would also be fearful of incarceration. Sickler says, based on what has happened to a couple of lawyers, one repeated a message from her client. Dobbin says she was convicted of passing on a message from her client who was convicted of attempts to harm Americans, subject to SAMS, and she conveyed a message to his jihadist group. Sickler says the allegation was that she conveyed the message. You need to talk to other attorneys. They're now all more careful. It had a chilling effect on them. He says, I became involved with her case when she was dying of cancer. Dobbin says, and at this point, Dobbin starts going through the Kronberg affidavit again, reading off a list of staffers as, I guess, an example of the fact that Julian would have access to several different, I guess, health professionals or shit like that. She's flogging the Kronberg affidavit again. And says Kronberg sets out all the staff at the prison to provide support. Do you disagree? Sickler says mostly inmates in need, mental health needs, despite the staffers. Their needs are not met. They may see someone in days or weeks. There's no psychotherapy. If someone decompensates, they get medicated. He says, I've had over a dozen clients, and again, he's been doing this for 40 years, more than 40 years, over a dozen clients who have committed suicide. In these prisons, in ADC and in ADX, he's lost a dozen clients because even though they have people on staff, the staff isn't necessarily there in a capacity to work with every single inmate every time they have a problem.
Sorry, Steve, it's dead air. Yeah, no, I was just taking that in.
Yeah, they're essentially saying it's okay to torture somebody because we'll provide the medical help to deal with the torture effects.
Yeah. No, we went ahead and hired somebody to take a look at you after we've tortured you.
Yeah,
Feel lucky.
yeah. It's we're getting a lot of information about how how human rights are respected in the US. That's what we're getting.
Right.
I mean, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. It's fucking gross.
You guys probably already talking about Kevin Gastola's Nurse Ratched tweet.
No, we can totally do that though. You can put it up on screen if you want to, or I
Yeah.
will.
Oh, I don't know if I can.
I haven't seen it. Can you put it up on screen? Somebody?
Yeah, let me go grab it. Here we go. And over here.
I just thought, I'm like, I must have missed this. I'm sure this didn't. I just thought, I just love Kevin.
If Nurse Ratched was a prosecutor, she'd resemble Claire Dobbin in her demeanor. Dobbin is leading the cross-examination of Sickler. Dobbin is painting Sickler as biased and trying to show the judge that he does not have first-hand knowledge of U.S. prison conditions. That's a fair description.
Yeah, I just thought, let the memes begin.
And then he says, not much reason to focus on anything from prosecution cross-examination so far. Clear they don't think anything from advocacy organizations about U.S. prisons is legitimate because it depends on experiences of defendants or prisoners who they don't think are credible.
What a great statement. I mean, really, that just pretty much sums up exactly what's been going on, right?
Yeah. Your opinions don't count here. Your work doesn't count here because you're basing your information on people who committed crimes. So we're going to discredit their testimony based on the fact that they're incarcerated.
Right.
Like you can't describe the conditions you're in as an inmate because you're an inmate.
Well, inmates also have human rights. They also have the human right not to be tortured. I mean, the prohibition on torture is obligatory peremptory law. It doesn't. You don't, as a state, get to torture people without consequence. It's obligatory law everywhere. You do not. Prisoners still have human rights.
Right. Well, and like all things that are wrong, it's also wrong because it doesn't work. The information that people get from people who are under torture is not ever, it's not accurate. It's not reliable. It's just and usually that's what the stated purpose is, get some sort of information. That's why you have to do it, and that doesn't work.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I think they need to bring Kronberg in to be cross-examined. Whatever they say about the bias and unreliability of the other witnesses means shit, really, unless they bring in their main witness. The main witness is Kronberg, and they will not bring him in to be cross-examined. So, what does that mean? It says a lot, doesn't it? If you're worried about your main witness being cross-examined, can we draw an inference on the basis just of that? I think they know the defense will wipe the floor with him if he's cross-examined. That's why they're not bringing him in.
Oh, absolutely.
Can they
Absolutely.
call him? Is there? I guess they could have reasons not to do this, but if they wanted to, would they be able to call him as their own witness?
Well, they tried to call new witnesses, or they tried to add witnesses to their list last week, and it got shot down. I don't know if Kronberg was on that potential witness list, but I do know that they made the request to have at least 2 more people come testify, and that they were They were refused.
Wow. So a new indictment, and you can't call new witnesses.
Right. Right. And the piece of fiction.
Sorry.
No, the piece of fiction that the prosecution relies on to berate every witness with can't be questioned because the author isn't being presented as a witness. Yeah, that's happening.
But there's a problem even with the new indictment, and the problem is that the old indictment that this trial is continuing on, this trial is based on the first indictment.
Mm-hmm.
Now that was dropped, I assume, and because they had to rearrest Julian, and it was replaced with a superseding indictment that was filed out of time. For me, there's a bit of a problem with an original indictment that was dropped because it was replaced by a new indictment that was filed out of time, and then replaced again, I think, twice. Was it replaced again twice? I think we're on the third.
Yeah. This is the superseding indictment that he was arrested on the 7th was the second superseding indictment issued, making it the third total.
Right. So we've got a trial that is based on a first indictment that was dropped, and how valid does that make the trial itself? It's very confusing as to what's going on with that. Because if the first indictment was still valid, why did they need to rearrest Julian?
Well, I mean, and they just increased, right? That more reasons for their computer intrusion was kind of part of my understanding of it. Steve, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I found that so interesting as well, since they did that after the February hearing where that argument was basically demolished by defense. That's when it came out. Chelsea didn't need the this password, that she already had access, that was all a complete lie. And then it's like, oh, well, we didn't really mean that. We meant this, we didn't want to play that card. This was the actual card we meant to play. That's what's baffling to me. I don't even understand how that's
yeah, they just keep shifting the goalposts all the time. They're muddling the waters. They're making sure that nobody, even people who can follow this trial because they're given access, I'm sure that even they are confused about what's going on. So because everything keeps, I don't know, they're making it up as they go along. That's what they're doing. They're just making it up as they go along. Yeah.
So let me go back to Mary's thread here real quick, and then I want to pick up on what you guys are talking about. But leaving off at Sickler has had over a dozen clients commit suicide. Dobbin says 2 prison staff are being prosecuted for not following protocol. Sickler says it won't bring them back. And Dobbin says, but the system seeks to redress. And he says, we leap to punish. He continues, when you're held in administrative segregations, the conditions are very, very arduous. It's almost torturous, and it will be deleterious to Julian given his condition. The reports I get are frightening from the men and women who are alone in a cell 24 hours at present. You get 15 minutes every 3 days to have a shower. Dobbin interrupts, says, I'm not asking you about COVID conditions. Regarding the Ahmed case, the European Court examined the use of SAMs at pretrial, and regarding the stringency, they had regular meetings with their lawyers and restricted visits with their families. So Dobbin is trying to walk away from the I guess the pit that she sort of dug for herself there, which is really honestly the first time that this witness has gotten the better of Dobbin.
Well, in either way, I mean, okay, so they can point to one case where, SAMs may have been used correctly or whatever they're saying here. And he's just said that he's had dozens of people commit suicide.
Mm-hmm.
So, you'd think if they're really being weighed by the judge that would hold a little bit more weight than one case.
And then it continues with over on Assange defense. Sickler has said that he finds the Alexandria Detention Center well run. Dobbin picks up on that. He says they have a stellar record on preventing suicide. But Sickler adds, Mr. Assange isn't just at risk at the ADC. What about post-trial? Dobbin referencing this is where the case of Ahmad versus UK, where the court found being subject to SAMs didn't prevent communications with the inmate's legal team. Now, that's one of those things where they're basing a ruling off of semantics or technicalities. Like, because they were allowed to meet with their lawyer, we can't say that the measures prevented that meeting. We're not going to say that we stuck an FBI agent in the room at the table with them, destroying any semblance of lawyer-client confidentiality. But because the meeting took place, we must therefore rule that the SAMs didn't hinder them from meeting with their attorney. Or at least that's my interpretation of it. So I'm still not a lawyer.
Well, you don't have to be a lawyer to see that this is all wrong. Most people understand the basics of human rights and due process. Most people understand the solitary confinement is an awful place to be because of lockdown. Look at all the people that are writing because of lockdown. And they're allowed to stay at home and, go out for an hour of exercise and, they're allowed a certain distance to travel. And 2 months of that and they're going crazy. At least in France, we had about 2 months of that and people were going crazy. And they were at home, not in solitary confinement, but in lockdown. So, they don't even have to imagine how awful solitary confinement is because they've been living it. Most people got a taste of it very recently. They understand how awful it is, and so that's why they're fighting against it. It's it's a psychological death. People have to understand that whether or not somebody manages suicide. The only reason the others haven't suicided is because they were either medicated to the point where they were zombified, or because they were prevented from having access to anything that they could use to suicide. That doesn't mean that they didn't want to suicide. Successfully preventing somebody from alleviating their suffering from the only way they can find, i.e. suicide, is even more torture. At least let them suicide if you're going to do that to them. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
It's more awful than this is medieval, Spanish Inquisition times. This is barbaric and medieval. You wouldn't do that to anybody. You wouldn't even do that to even the Nazis that were hung in the end, right? After the Nuremberg trials, even the Nazis who mass murdered, they killed more than 50 million people. They were treated with more dignity during the Nuremberg trials than what we see today. And they were Nazis.
Well, yeah, that's why we gave a bunch of them villas in Argentina. Because
Well, not only some of them, actually, some of them got hired in the US.
Yeah, in the UK and
the UK and Australia, yes.
Yeah, we wouldn't have a space program if it wasn't for Wernher von Braun.
Yeah.
Let's see. Kevin had a couple of tweets up a minute or so ago, picking up on Sickler's comment about going into isolation at both ADC and ADX, and the deleterious nature of it. The prosecutor calls attention to this footnote from Sickler. He says, I am skeptical about Bureau of Prison pronouncements that the agency can adequately address the healthcare needs of even the sickest of inmates. In my opinion, the words of Chief Justice of U.S. District Court in the Southern District of New York sums it up best. This justice said, quote, I take it as a matter of settled fact that the Bureau of Prisons is not the best place for anyone to receive medical care. I mean, you can't really argue with that. Dobbin scolds Sickler for leaving out that the judge made this statement, but found against the defendant, contending the defendant had not proven the Bureau of Prisons would not provide adequate medical care. So the reason she dragged this out and read out this statement was so she could berate the witness for not including the ruling that the judge made in that case, and chose rather to focus on the judge's admission that is part of the record that the Bureau of Prisons is not where you should go for medical care. If I'm reading that right.
That's what it looks like to me. And then I also, she says, at least I'm on Assange defense a little bit further down. Sickler says the first part of that quote speaks volumes. Dobbin says the rest of it is more weighty, to your point, Steve. Dobbin wants to establish that it's different dependent on the case, that we don't know where, how Assange would be detained post-trial. Well, isn't that important to know? Wouldn't you think that given these questions that the U.S. would have to provide that, where he would go and what, what I mean, what court he'd be in, given now that concerns for his mental condition? I mean, I don't know. You'd think that would be that they would have to prove that.
Well, he would be probably in the court that is closest to the place that issued the indictment.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that for sure we know that it would be in Alexandria, but I find that interesting that you're saying, I don't know, so he could be in a place where there might be facilities.
Well, what they're arguing over now is whether he would be sent to a supermax or a different prison that has what they call a communications management unit,
right?
Which is fucking just one of the soft language that George Carlin always used to go off on. A communications management unit. That sounds like this is the gag order room, this is fucking literal duct tape over your mouth. I'm managing your communications.
So is Dobbin giving evidence or speculating? I mean, as Kendra said, the US knows where, or ought to know, where Julian is likely to go, right? They're supposedly presenting evidence as to this issue that's before the court. So it sounds like Dobbins doesn't want to present evidence as to where he would actually go. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's speculating as to where he might possibly go, but not presenting evidence. This is not evidence. Evidence means that you present facts. So it's very likely that if the indictment came out of the state of Virginia, that he would go where everybody else goes when that kind of indictment is served.
Yeah. So Dobbin tried to duck it and said it's up to the judge to devise where we're up to a judge to devise where Julian's going to be held. So she ducked it, and then said, you can't say he would definitely get Sam's and you didn't know he would go to ADX Florence. Sickler says, I wrote my first report in haste. I know more about the charges now. I do think he will go to ADX and get life. Dobbin says, you were the consultant on the Reality Winner case. He says there's a big difference between the two cases. And this is about where Mary leaves off, but he states that Winner gave classified information to a news organization. I would imagine that's going to be finished up with Julian Assange was the news organization who received the classified information. Kendra's phone died, so if she finds a charger or something, she may be back. I don't know. We do it live here. We do it live. I have a little bit less than an hour before I've got to go.
Is Kevin been posting anything else?
Let me check. Where we go? Nope, not for 5 or 6 minutes. So over on Assange defense, we've got Sickler saying, look, he's going to get a very long sentence. If it's not life, it's going to be 30 or 40 years. Dobbin says, would you accept that's a very contentious statement? Sickler says, yes. Dobbin notes Sickler was an advisor on Winner's case. He's trying to make a distinction. Dobbin says Winner was a government insider, was sent to a healthcare facility. Sickler notes that's because she was in Texas near her family. Dobbin says she was recommended for a mental health evaluation. Sickler says most clients could use mental health services if they were available, but in most cases they are not available, and he isn't going to disclose more for out of the sake of Winner's privacy. Dobbin suggests it's astonishing to claim inmates don't get mental health care. Well, he's also claiming Winner was sent to a mental health facility when she didn't even need it, that it was to be near her family. Sickler says it was a medical facility, not a mental health one. Dobbin really trying to do her level best to discredit this witness who, at least before the lunch break, was kind of letting her run roughshod all over him. It's nice to see that he came back from lunch a little bit more fortified and is doing a much better job of standing up for his testimony. Yeah, it's about where caught up currently.
Is WikiLeaks putting out any tweets on the trial right now as we speak?
Let's check. Nope.
Mm.
The WikiLeaks account itself hasn't been like live tweeting the hearing. They're acting more as like an amplification account at this point. In terms of coverage, like they'll retweet pretty much anything Stella Morris posts or anything related to the Assange Defense Fund, all of the statements that Christian makes, some of the stuff that Kevin Gustola has written, but they're not. The account, at least, isn't acting as court reporter. I would wager that the Assange defense account is connected to either Courage Foundation or WikiLeaks. But that's a guess. I don't know who's running it.
Well, what about lawyers for Assange? I didn't check whether they're tweeting about the trial.
Let's find out.
Yeah, I'm going to have a quick look as well.
Nope.
No, they're not. Okay. Hmm. Rebecca Vincent, has she put out anything?
If she's inside or if she's observing, she might be holding off on it. Yeah, she hasn't. She tweeted a half an hour ago.
Yeah, usually when she's inside, I think she does like a kind of a recap later in the day.
Okay.
Yeah, they've got as of 4 hours ago, the director for Reporters Without Borders Germany, Christian Mier, is inside the court on behalf of Reporters Without Borders, and Rebecca Vincent will be there Wednesday through Friday. She says we're still the only NGO monitoring this hearing, given the extreme access restrictions, and the people who are in the gallery for Julian have been like giving up their seats for part of the day or for the full day so that somebody from Reporters Without Borders can go in, like Craig Murray is, as just, you know, an observer in the public gallery, because that's what they've been reduced to, because berates are kicked out the possibility of you know, Amnesty and RSF and other organizations monitoring via the cloud feed.
Due to an error, apparently.
Yeah, error.
An error.
Yes, an error has been.
Come on.
Yeah, that whole situation still irks me a bit.
Well, you know, it's a closed trial. It's a closed trial. She can say the words "open justice" 1,000 times. Reality overtakes and disproves what she says. So we need to get the rest of the alternative media to be saying that this is essentially a closed trial.
Yeah, and I like both Rebecca Vincent and Christian Ramson made that statement on day one, and it needs to proliferate. I did just get a message from Kendra saying one of the things that she wanted to say was that Dobbin is using the record of the Florence prison because it's better, but tries to ignore the issue of where and how he will be held pre-trial because ADC's record is so much worse.
So no evidence has been adduced or presented before the court as to where he will be held. That's
Right.
the only conclusion we can come to. They have presented, despite all the babbling and despite all the bullshit, they've presented no evidence as to where he would be held. And one can only make an assumption that he would be held, not only an assumption on the basis of the evidence that is presented by Sickler and others, that he would be held where others are held when they are hit with espionage.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not that difficult to work out. Where are all the other inmates that have been hit, prosecuted under the Espionage Act?
Okay.
Oh, yeah, a real judge, not this one, but a real judge would be reminding the prosecutor that there's been little to no evidence presented as to where he would go.
Yeah. So I'm trying to scan the different threads here real quick. We're still on Reality Winner, apparently, or at least were as of a couple of minutes ago. Dobbin went from trying to disclose Reality Winner's personal mental health records into the court record in Julian Assange's extradition hearing for some fucking reason, and now talking about SHU units in prison. That's SHU, an acronym for special housing units, where the inmates have cellmates. And Sickler says, in a space that size, it has its own problems. Some inmates get beaten up by cellmates who come in with mental health problems and are already violent. I don't know what this has to do with.
She's stalling. She's buying time by leading bullshit evidence. There's no evidence there. She's present. What's the relevance of where reality? As Sickler said, it's a totally different case. It's a different case. She's, I think, purposefully just buying time, wasting the court's time on something that is essentially irrelevant. If she's got no evidence to present about where Julian would go, I don't see the point of what she's doing.
Well, I don't see why. I mean, I do see why it's happening, because I understand that this is kind of a fucking charade, but I don't see why a judge would allow it. And I also don't see why the defense, and maybe they are, and it's just not being commented on in the live tweets, but I don't see why the defense isn't raising an objection and asking for relevance when she does this shit. But I'm only familiar with the U.S. court system. I don't know how the objection process works in a UK court. But it seems like that would be a good moment to raise one.
Yes, that maybe they have, and maybe nobody's tweeted about it. But at this point, I just don't see why this is continuing, unless it suits them, because we don't have access to the full strategy. I mean, a lawyer doesn't just there are tactics involved in what a lawyer does. So I don't know. It might be tactically advantageous for them to allow this bullshit cross-examination to go on. But until now, I haven't seen evidence as to where he would go. To say that he might go to a good place is not evidence. Yeah, he might, but he's likely not to. I mean, what does it mean?
No, I understand. And now she's back on to talking about ADX Florence. So that was a fucking brilliant observation on Kendra's part to notice the shuck and jive there. I hadn't picked up on that. But Dobbin now asks if he knows that before people are sent to ADX Florence, they have a medical exam. And Sickler replies that there are a large number of people who have input on where a detainee would go. Dobbin says he's only had one client at ADX, and he was taken there summarily, but it was 20 years ago. And Sickler is here to talk about the Alexandria Detention Center and the Manhattan Correctional Center and ADX Florence, but least of all ADX Florence. Like, I mean, I get is a lawyering trick. It's it's a zinger, but it really there's no fucking relevance to it whatsoever. Like, she's walking really far outside the scope of where the conversation needs to go, and trying to get this witness to, I don't know, basically look like he has no idea what the fuck he's talking about, even though he's 40 years in the game.
Well, we have no evidence from the prosecution that he's not going to go to these horrible prisons. I mean, they can give a presentation of all the prisons in the world if they like, but they haven't given any assurances or any evidence that that Julian is not going to go to these SAMS high security prisons. So, I don't see. From my standpoint, it looks like Dobbin is just stalling with the irrelevant matters at this point.
Which doesn't, I mean, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, because I thought that it was in the interest of the prosecution to try and like burn through as many of these witnesses as they possibly could, just so the judge doesn't have a lot of time to ponder what's being said.
Yeah. Hmm. Who knows what they're really thinking? If yeah, I cannot see where they're going with this, apart from, waste the court's time and everybody, stall, keep a focus on matters that are not necessarily relevant in any significant way.
Well, it speaks to it speaks to the, I guess, the sort of sense that a lot of us that are supporters of Julian Assange and WikiLeaks and free speech in fucking general, and a free press in general, the sense that the hearing itself is sort of a foregone conclusion is reaffirmed when the judge will allow for they will allow for the prosecution to just waste fucking time like this. And this is something that she was pretty forceful about them not doing during week 1.
Yeah, she's also forceful about open justice, and we see the result of that. I mean,
It's hilarious.
yeah, she's forceful on many issues that she will immediately contradict herself on, or very soon thereafter. I don't think we should be looking for reason and sense and justice in the person of Baritza. She's got a pre-written ruling that she will hand out after the election, because it's not a political trial.
Right.
Yeah. Mm. So we should be concentrating on the things they do not want us to concentrate on. And
Certainly.
in the detail. Let's look at the detail that they don't want us to focus on. That's how you catch liars, in the detail. So we probably don't need to pay. Well, we do need to pay attention to the mistakes made by the prosecution, and there's lots of them. And all the other tactics. I think they use stalling tactics in a big way.
So I'm looking forward to the next several minutes of testimony. Mary Kostakidis kind of leaves her live tweets as cliffhangers, which is it's a wee bit frustrating. But as of 6 minutes ago, Dobbin asks if Sickler knows that before people are sent to ADX, they have a medical exam. And Sickler replies, there are a large number of people who have input on where detainees should go. I think I read that. Dobbin says people with severe mental health problems are screened out and not sent to ADX. Sickler says, in theory. Dobbin says ADX prisoners under SAMS get family visits. Sickler says the Center for Constitutional Rights has produced a report called The Darkest Corner. You tell me, how often do you think Julian Assange will be able to get visits from his family? Dobbin is now quoting the case of someone who has been sentenced to 3 life sentences and has a list of approved family members to visit and can access TV and books. So she's not answering the question. And certainly doesn't want to admit that she knows the slightest thing about the Center for Constitutional Rights report, which is a report that I've looked at pretty extensively over the last several months, and we've done a number of segments, if not episodes, on special administrative measures based off of this report.
So they expect Julian's family to get visas and move over to Virginia to visit him.
Yeah, or Colorado.
Yeah.
Or potentially Marion, Illinois, or Terre Haute, Indiana.
Get visas from the U.S. government and move over there as permanent residents for the next 175 years, so that they will be able to visit him.
I don't know why my chat brought up Taylor Swift, but if that could be the last time that happens today, that'd be great. I love you guys. I do. I do. I'm gonna go ahead and pull up the CCR report and stick it back in the chat.
Yeah.
So should probably do this in the other couple of chats, and I'm probably gonna wrap in the next like 15 minutes. I have to load my truck, and I have to get to the dump before I go to the hardware store before I go to work.
Fun times.
Yeah. Go over to the A4A chat and Nico's chat and drop this in there. And I guess, yeah, Nikki, if you want to give some of your final thoughts and your impressions on how the hearing has gone today, and thank you for popping in and hanging out with us for so long. I really do appreciate it. It's always nice to have someone with some actual expertise in the law on the show with us, because I can't stress enough that I'm learning all of this and approaching it as a student, not as a professional.
Well, thank you for having me, because it's a great opportunity to be able to speak to the public and clarify perhaps some aspects of what's happened. However, I will put out a disclaimer. I am not in the courtroom. I rely on, snippets of information that I get either on Twitter or on shows. So it's difficult to actually comment with great confidence as to what's happening exactly. Yeah, my impression hasn't changed from the beginning, and that's because we are dealing with a closed trial, and it's very difficult to see through the fog. But the fog was created by the person who is organizing the trial. So the fact that the fog is created by the people who are organizing the trial says a lot in itself. And I would like people to look at some of the actions we have taken as supporters of Julian Assange, like the action on Wise Up Action, which asks for the removal of Arbuthnot for judicial misconduct. I think it's a very important action. I would like it if lawyers and judges became more active by going to read that complaint and the open letter. I think it's important now for legal scholars and judges to speak up. This is clearly not due process. It's as if we were in Nazi Germany and lawyers and judges from the outside could see what's happening, one would hope that they would speak up. I think some did. This is the time. This is the time for legally trained people or people who are in NGOs who are fighting for human rights to speak up and tell the world that this has nothing to do with due process. It might be too late. Julian is dead. It'll be too late to talk about it afterwards, So
Yeah.
they are my thoughts at this point. I am convinced that that something could be done by the Council of Europe. The institutions, the international institutions that have stood up for Julian, need to persist. They need to persist with their defense of Julian, especially the Council of Europe, who placed him on the list of protected journalists. And anyone who's in the UN in charge of human rights must speak up now. Otherwise, all those institutions will have mud on their face at the end of the day for staying in their corner. So if they want to be taken seriously by the world at large, they need to take a serious approach to this case, which is the case of this century. Possibly, it is a historically important case. They cannot just sit by and watch this public flogging of somebody without saying a word. They have a great responsibility, historically and professionally, and from every aspect I can think of. And I think that people have to stop seeing leakers as criminals. If it wasn't for leakers, we would have no information about anything. So Chelsea Manning must be seen as a hero and as somebody who acted totally legally, fulfilled her duty legally and morally and ethically in every way possible, So we need to promote people that act heroically and not attribute psychiatric illness to their heroism. These are the decent people. They are not psychiatrically ill. They're not mentally ill. They are what every human being should be.
I couldn't agree more, and I have just a ton of empathy for or I guess sympathy, because it hasn't happened to me. I haven't been, tortured in Afghanistan before being sent to Quantico to be tortured, to be sent
No,
to
but that's empathy. Empathy is
to be tortured.
you don't have to experience it. Empathy means being able to feel what the other person
Right.
feels without having.
I get a little mixed up between empathy and sympathy.
Empathy is a totally human part of the human condition, and one does not have to experience the torture to understand that torture is a horrible thing. So we can empathize from the outside. Yeah.
Having said that, I do wish that we could get one statement out of her about Julian's hearing. And that's all that I will say about it. I understand why she's not, but I wish she would.
I think we can guess what she's feeling, and the fact that she held out for over a year, being tortured herself, shows exactly what she feels about Julian. I don't think we need further statements. The fact that she stood her ground and kept him safe by not being coerced into into giving false evidence, says it all. I don't expect Chelsea or desire her to say anymore. She's done exactly what any heroic person would have done. And she wasn't on her own. Jeremy Hammond also was not coerced, despite, all these people were tortured. They were kept in solitary confinement. They were unjustly, unlawfully imprisoned for a year, even though Jeremy was already in prison. In any case, he was also imprisoned in the same facilities as Chelsea, in the hope of being coerced into giving false evidence. And they didn't. And I think that in itself says it all about their stance towards Julian and freedom of the press and freedom altogether. So I don't I don't begrudge Chelsea for not speaking out anymore.
And that's fair. It is. Well, with that, I'm going to go ahead and sign off. I want to thank everyone who's been with us this morning, and a huge thanks again to Nico House and the MCSC network for allowing us to stream on that platform. I'd like to thank Andrew and Kendra, and certainly you, Nikki, Kevin Gostola as well, for joining us during the first break. We will be back tomorrow morning at around the same time, 2:30, 3 a.m. Pacific, 5:30, 6 a.m. Eastern. And we will continue to do this for the duration of the hearing. We'll also probably do this during closing arguments if they're oral and not written. And we are currently talking about going back to DC for the day of sentencing, which will be at some point in January. We're not sure of the date yet. We do know that November 16th is the day that's set aside for closing arguments. I think we're going to try and plan actions around that, but locally. So if you would like to join in on that, please get a hold of either me or Andrew. That's info@actionforassange.com, I believe. Josh?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. And yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Fuck. More show trial. Good luck to us all.
Yes.